Ladies and gentlemen, this is the initial hearing support of Maricopa County. The purpose of this proceeding is to inform you of the charges that you face, to appoint an attorney for you if you qualify, to give you release conditions and your next court date. Before we begin, you need to be informed of your constitutional rights. You have the right to remain silent. Please be careful about discussing your charges with anyone, because anything you say to anyone other than your lawyer could be used against you at a future court hearing. You have the right to a lawyer. If you cannot afford a lawyer and you are charged with a felony offense or certain types of misdemeanors, the judge will appoint a lawyer to represent you. The judge will call you forward one at a time and ask you your name and date of birth. The judge will then go through your charges and give you release conditions. You will not be released if you committed an offense while on release for another charge. In most cases, you will not be released if you are here for a violation of probation or if you fail to appear for your court date. If you are released, you may have to post a bond in the amount to be set by the judge. Or you could be released to the supervision of pretrial services agency, which is like being on probation. You will have to check in and submit to drug and alcohol testing. If your drug or alcohol test shows you are using these substances, or if you fail to report, your release could be revoked and you could be returned to jail. You could also be released on your own recognizance, and that is your promise to appear for court. Anyone who is released is subject to these release conditions. You cannot leave the state without the permission of the judge who is handling the case. You cannot break the law. You cannot have any contact with the victim of the offense. You must keep the court aware of your address at all times, and you must appear for all of your court dates. Your release order may have additional release conditions. If you violate any of your release conditions, your release will be revoked and you will be returned to jail. If you have any questions at all, you need to ask the judge when your case is called. After your case is heard, step to your right to obtain your paperwork that has information about the date, time, and location of your next court date. When you go to your court dates, you should plan on being there all day.
Vista de comparecencia inicial. Señoras y señores, esta es la vista de comparecencia inicial del condado de Maricopa. El propósito de esta vista es explicarles las acusaciones en su contra, designarles un abogado si reúnen las condiciones para ello, fijarles las condiciones de su libertad provisional e indicarles la fecha de su próxima audiencia. Antes de comenzar, se les informa de sus derechos constitucionales. Tienen el derecho de no declarar. Procuren no hablar de su caso con nadie que no sea su abogado, porque de otra manera, esos comentarios podrían usarse en su contra en futuras audiencias. Tienen el derecho de tener un abogado. Si no pueden pagarlo y se les acusa de un delito o de ciertas faltas, el juez nombrará un abogado para representarlo. El juez los llamará uno por uno y les preguntará su nombre y fecha de nacimiento. Luego el juez repasará las acusaciones en contra de cada uno y les dirá las condiciones de la libertad provisional. No se le dejará en libertad si está aquí por quebrantamiento del régimen probatorio, y la siguiente audiencia se celebrará dentro de 7 días. No se le dejará en libertad si está aquí por un orden judicial de detención que se emitió cuando usted no se presentó a su vista. Asimismo, no se le dejará en libertad si usted cometió un delito mientras gozaba de libertad provisional por otra acusación. Para obtener la libertad provisional, habrá que prestar una fianza por un importe que fijará el juez, o se le pondrá en libertad bajo la supervisión de la Agencia de Control de Procesados, lo cual es similar a estar en régimen probatorio. Tendrá que reportarse y someterse a pruebas de uso de alcohol y drogas. Si tales pruebas demuestran que usted usa esas sustancias, se le podrá revocar su libertad provisional. También puede obtener la libertad provisional bajo caución juratoria, lo cual significa que promete comparecer al juzgado. Todos los acusados puestos en libertad están sujetos a estas condiciones. No podrá salir del Estado sin antes obtener el permiso del juez encargado de su caso. No podrá infringir la ley. No podrá tener contacto con la parte ofendida por el delito. Habrá de mantener al tribunal al corriente de su elección en todo momento y tiene que presentarse a todas sus citas. Si usted infringe cualquiera de las condiciones de su puesta en libertad, ésta se le revocará y usted regresará a la cárcel. Para resolver cualquier duda, consulte al juez cuando llame su caso. Después de que se ventile su caso, pase a su derecha para obtener sus documentos que contendrán la información sobre la fecha, hora y lugar de su próxima cita ante el tribunal.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated.
We already played our recording.
Yes.
Okay. Can the interpreter hear me?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for August 21st, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar on the first of the month will also apply to these hearings. Do I have headphones? Okay. All right. Before we begin, I'm going to read the victim's rights advisement. In the event there are any victims observing the proceedings, either here at the jail or remotely. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, the right to a speedy trial, to be present at all court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Mr. Riso Rocha, will you please come to the podium? You will be first. Good afternoon, sir. May I please have your full name and your date of birth?
Ulises Rizo Rocha, el 10 del 25 del 2003.
Ulises Rizo Rocha, 10/25 of 2003.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sir, you have been arrested on the following allegations. Possession of a weapon by a person prohibited from possessing weapons. That is a class 4 felony. Possession of narcotic drugs and possession of dangerous drugs. Those are both Class 4 felonies. Based on what the police presented, there is probable cause for those offenses. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case. I'm scheduling 2 court dates for you next week. The first will be on Thursday, August 27th at 8:30 in the morning. That is a status conference. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for Monday, August 31st at 8:30 in the morning. Those are both in the downtown Phoenix Superior Court, and the address will be on your paperwork. You have a $10,000 secured appearance bond. If you deposit that money with the court, you will be released while you wait for your trial in this case. You must appear at all of your court hearings and comply with your release condition. If you miss a court hearing or otherwise violate your condition, then you could lose that bond money forever, and there will be a warrant issued for your arrest. If you come to all of your court hearings and comply with your release conditions, you will receive the money back at the end of the case, even if you are ultimately convicted. Your release conditions are all in writing. They do include that you may not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and you may not leave the state without the court's advance permission. Everything I just told you is on your paperwork. Your court dates begin next week. Your bond is $10,000. Just step to your left, the officers will give you a copy of the order. Thank you. Okay, and if the interpreter could make a general call, we think that's our only person.
Yes, Your Honor. Buenas tardes, soy el intérprete judicial. Si necesita asistencia en esta audiencia, por favor levante su mano.
Anybody else need a Spanish interpreter? No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, looks like we're good. Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
You as well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. DeFries, Jonathan DeFries, if you please come to the podium, and then Victor Herrera, will you please go to the chair? You'll be next. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Jonathan Andrew DeFries, November 14, 1990.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeFries, I'm sorry you had to wait around all day to be brought back and seen on your second Yavapai case. And I think it really just derived off of the case numbers being so similar.
Mm-hmm.
People didn't realize you had 2. They thought it was all paperwork for the same case. Your one from this morning, I think the last 4 digits were 1063.
Mm-hmm.
This one is 1363. So it's literally 1 different digit. So I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's why I was also calling you first. Like, let's get you out of here. So it's probation violation in your other case, which was you took a conviction for felony failure to appear, and you're also on probation for that. So I'm going to tell them to give you a lawyer for this case. Also, same court date down in Yavapai County. It's the 26th, which is this coming Wednesday, 5 days from today, 26th of August, 8:30 in the morning. Just like this morning, I am affirming their no bond order. So Yavapai just needs to come and get you.
They're working on it. So
exactly. This is mostly just a paperwork thing. So that's why I know that is not exactly comfortable. So, but at least now you can go somewhere to a proper place, get a bed, etc.
Oh yeah, I'm already set up. They already did it. So,
okay, good. All right.
I'm just waiting.
But you let them give you paperwork. Thank you.
Go. Thank you.
Mr. Herrera? And then Tatum Grafori, will you please come to the chair? I'm sorry, Tatum Grafori, to the chair, and Mr. Herrera right here to the podium. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Victor Giovanni Herrera, 11/12/92.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Herrera, you are here on 4 probation violation warrants. That's 1 per case. So you're on probation in 4 different cases. In early July, there were petitions to revoke filed in all 4 of your cases. The petitions allege that you committed terms 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 15, that you violated those. And the term 1 violation is a misdemeanor drug paraphernalia charge in May of 2026. So you'll get a copy of these petitions from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in all 4 cases. You have the same court date for all 4 cases. It is 1 week from today, Friday, August 28th, 8:30 in the morning. It's a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing in the downtown probation court. I'm just going to affirm the bonds that the probation judge gave you. In number 7 on the calendar, that is your class 3 felony case. Your bond is $2,500 secured. In each of the other 3, it's $350 secured. So by my math, I think that's $2,450. I'll let you do the math. No, I'm sorry, you'd be $3,450. Yeah, because 3 times 350 is 1,050 plus 2,500. You can do the math. I think it's $3,550 if my math is correct. But you have paperwork for every case, same release conditions for every case. If you bond out, call your PO within 72 hours of release because you're still on probation even when this is happening. She's got your paperwork for you.
Can I say something?
Sure.
The only reason I was actually completely unaware. I was violated probation because I recently lost my job, lost my car, and my phone broke. And I only recently just got a place to live like 2 days ago, and I got hired at Circle K yesterday. So I apologize for.
Well, if that's true, sir, and I'm not, I don't take people's word for stuff like that in this situation. You've been reinstated so many times, and the judge who gave you the $2,500 in that one case, let me see, make sure it's the one I think it is. No, it's not. Okay, I was thinking it was the extra lenient one. This is the fairly lenient one. And that's a burglary case. You got all kinds of violations. So I'm not going to take your word for that here. If that's the case, I hope they still have the job for you if you are reinstated. I mean, you face a potential revocation to prison in the burglary case. So you've had so many reinstatements that at this moment in time, if they believe you down in probation court, great. I wouldn't believe you out of the gate. Your record on probation is not great. So, and by the way, I also know that probation puts up with a ton of violations before they ever file a petition to revoke. You're alleged to have violated terms 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 12, and 15. And this has been going on since May. Last date reported May 12th. So I find it very not credible that you just had no idea you were violating probation when you haven't talked to your PO in 3 months. So what I'm saying is, go try that on the probation court. I am not buying it. If you'll step to your left, she'll give you your paperwork. Thanks. Ms. Graferi, and then Amber Rodriguez. Will you go to the chair? Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Tatum Simona Grafori, 10290.
All right. Thanks. You're here on a warrant issued in a case in which you are on probation for dangerous drug possession on or about March 30th. You failed to appear at your disposition hearing in a probation violation matter. You already have a lawyer. Your disposition hearing will now be 1 week from today, which is Friday, August 28th, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court. I'm going to affirm the bond set for you by the probation judge. It is $2,000 secured. If you post it, do not miss that court date. Don't fail to call your PO within 72 hours of release. Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, she'll give you a copy. Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez? And then Alfonso Barreras, will you please go to the chair? Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Amber Rodriguez, May 2nd, 1987.
Okay, thanks. You're here on 2 probation violation warrants. There were petitions to revoke your probation filed back in March. They allege that you violated terms 3, 5, and 15. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing will be in the downtown probation court Friday, August 28th at 8:30 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. In number 26, which is the case in which you have been reinstated 6 times, your bond is $1,000 secured, just affirming what the probation judge gave you. In the other case, that is the one from 2025. Your bond is $250 secured, so $1,250 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, and call your PO within 72 hours. She's got your paperwork. Mr. Barreras?
Right.
After that, Sarah Weitzman, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Alfonso Barreras, 122797.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a probation violation warrant. Back on May 8th, there was a petition to revoke your probation filed that alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is in the downtown probation court 1 week from today, which is Friday, August 28th, 8:30 in the morning. It'll be a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. The court address is on your paperwork. The bond is $250 secured. If you bond out, comply with your conditions, call your PO within 72 hours. The number is on your paperwork.
So how much is my bond?
$250.
250? All right.
Good luck. All right, Ms. Weitzman, and then Danny Kuiper, will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Sarah Lily Weisman, 723 of 83.
Thank you. You're here on a probation violation warrant. You are on felony probation, and on April 22nd, there was a petition to revoke your probation filed. It alleges that you violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 15. You'll get a copy of that petition from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is 1 week from today, which is Friday, August 28th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court. That's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. You have a $250 secured appearance bond and written release conditions. If you bond out, be sure to comply with all of those and call your PO within 72 hours. This lady has your paperwork.
I thought they said I had a $50 bond.
I have set bond in the amount of $250.
Okay.
Since you left, I'll give you your paperwork. Mr. Kuiper? And after that will be Dustin Bates. I need Danny Kuiper at the podium, please. Mr. Bates, if you'll go to the chair. All right, right here, sir. Good afternoon. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Danny Kuiper, 110998.
Okay, thanks. You're here on two things. One is a warrant from Goodyear City Court. One is a new case that will also go out of the Goodyear City Court. I'm going to start with your warrant. It was for shoplifting, a class 1 misdemeanor. You've not yet been convicted. This is a failure to appear warrant that issued August 6th of this year. Your next court date, it's going to be the same for both cases. It's August 26th, which is this coming Wednesday, 8:30 in the morning in the Goodyear City Court. And that address will be on your paperwork. Then in the other case, number 2 on the calendar, you were booked in for one allegation of violating the Goodyear City Code by refusing to identify yourself when lawfully detained. That's a class 1 misdemeanor. I do find probable cause for it. Same court date, this Wednesday, August 26th, 8:30 in the morning in Goodyear. Your bond in each of the 2 cases is $150 secured for $300 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, particularly in the shoplift case. Don't go to that store. No contact with any employees there. Don't miss your court dates. And I did appoint a lawyer in the event that you're not able to post bond. You'll have a lawyer at the next hearing to help you with bond. You don't otherwise get a lawyer for the entire case for these kinds of misdemeanors, just to help you with the bond issue if you can't post bond. It's $300. Your court date is this Wednesday. Except your left, she's got your paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Bates, or Mr. Bates, sorry, Dustin Bates. And then Natalie Ditch, will you please go to the chair? Good afternoon, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Dustin Bates, August 1st, 1983.
Okay, thanks. You're on a new case. You were arrested for possessing dangerous and narcotic drugs, both class 4 felonies, and passively resisting arrest by fleeing that's on foot or in some manner not by a motorized vehicle. That's a class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is going to be in 2 weeks in the downtown Superior Court. It is going to be, double check the date on that. Hold on. I think it's a Monday. Yeah, Tuesday, September 8th, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That's almost 3 weeks from now, September 8th. And your preliminary hearing will be September 10th at 8:30 in the morning, again, downtown Superior Court. And you might be surprised to know, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. The police say you made a really sincere effort to ride away on your bicycle, but you don't have any felony priors. So if that's true, these are probation eligible offenses. A person would be very foolish to dodge court on these because most people end up with some kind of diversion offer. It looks like you got arrested in Payson in August for this kind of offense. I don't know what, if anything, came of that. That was like a full year ago. I don't know. Other than that, a couple DUIs and a prescription drug arrest. So you don't have much criminal history. the odds of you going to prison on a case like this are pretty low, even if you get convicted. So I'm going to let you prove whether you will or you won't come. Somebody who's riding away on a bicycle with almost 40 grams of meth. I mean, meth is a lot cheaper now than it used to be, but that's local meth. I don't think they're trying to do you for sale, just possession. Go to court. If you don't, and you're on these kinds of drugs, we will see you again real soon, and we'll just stick you with a bond. So I could make you report to pretrial, but you will or you won't. If you don't, you see what I'm saying? I mean, I think a lot of us down here would go, no way, the way you fled on the bike. But given the givens, you'd be stupid not to come to court. I'll let you prove whether you are or you aren't. If you are, I'll see you again real soon. We'll stick you with the bond. People who are addicted to these kinds of drugs don't manage to avoid the police very long. Just go to court. Gave you a lawyer. The odds of you getting a diversion offer, which means you never take a conviction and you get some drug treatment, those are pretty high too. So you do the math. If you can't do that math, you're definitely getting a bond next time. And if you're on a warrant and you do that on your bicycle because you have a warrant, we're probably going to up your bond. If you're knowingly dodging a warrant, but I'm not going to hold it against people who just try to ditch the police in a non-dangerous way. I'm not going to assume that means you're dodging court. But if you actually dodge court, you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go to your left, take a paper.
Thank you.
Ms. Ditch? Yeah. Yeah. Didn't I? One second, ma'am. Yes, I do. I don't know why. I probably just forgot. Okay. Okay, thank you. And
Thank you.
I still like to, if you can sort of write it up there. Yeah, good. And because I started pasting it in just so I knew what to read. So, but that kind of ends up down on the release site. So
Yeah.
You're right.
So he's off there. He has his info.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. All righty, and we're talking to Ms. Ditch. After that, Ryan Chili, if we go to the chair. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Natalie Nicole Ditch, January 7th, 2005.
Okay, thanks. You're on a new case. You got booked in for assault as a class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you, though, because I'm planning to release you. Oh, no, wait a minute. This is justice court. Okay, sorry. We're doing this hearing for many types of courts. So I got to reprint hers, officer. I can give you a lawyer. It has to do with budgets. If it was a city case, you only get a lawyer right now if you get a bond, but it's not a city case. It's going to justice court, which is just...
So I'll be released today, right?
That's my plan, unless you talk me out of it.
No, thank you.
And, but the public defender does work that court, the Maricopa County Public Defender. So it has to do with government budgets. I can give you a lawyer in this case, and I am. So you'll meet that person when you get to the justice court. I don't know that they put in a lot of attorney time and misdemeanors before the actual court date, but we're going to give you a piece of paper to contact the public defender's office. You can give them a call and see if they'll meet with you or what they're willing to do. I genuinely don't know. But I'm setting a court hearing for September 8th, which is about 2.5 weeks from now. September 8th, 2 in the afternoon, over in the Arrowhead Justice Court. And that address is on your paper. I'm going to release you because you don't seem to have any priors. And so you're just going to get domestic violence type release conditions, which are stay away from the alleged victim. It looks like you don't live together. Is that correct?
Yeah, we don't.
Makes it a lot easier. I went ahead and I included a condition that says you can't live in the same place. Just don't have contact with him. Don't respond to contact from him. That's not a legal excuse. So just because he texts you first and says, come on over, let's talk, ignore it. You have to ignore it while the case is pending. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Alcohol is like a magic domestic violence juice. No alcohol, no weapons. Weapons and domestic violence are a very bad mix. If you get served with any kind of order of protection, you have to comply with that as well. Those shouldn't be very hard release conditions. Will you comply with them and come to court? All right, then everything's going to be on your paperwork. You just need to reprint it so it shows that you have the lawyer, okay?
Okay, thank you.
If you go have a seat, we'll send that out.
Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Shischili, and then Robert Dean, will you go to the chair? Hi, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Ryan Chischili, August 27, 1990.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant for your arrest that was issued in a case that's kind of old right now. It's 2 counts of aggravated DUI, both class 4 felonies, back from June 3rd of 2021, so 5 years ago. It looks like this is a Department of Public Safety arrest. As to why it didn't get charged until now, I don't know. You can certainly talk to your lawyer. There is a 7-year statute of limitations on those, but you can talk to your lawyer about why it took so long, et cetera, but it did. So I'm going to appoint a lawyer for you, and I'm going to give you court dates in a couple of weeks. It's a status conference, September 8th at 8:30 in the morning. That's Tuesday, September 8th. Preliminary hearing, September 10th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Now, it's my understanding you are you living in Apache County?
Navajo Nation.
Okay, but you have an Apache County PO?
Actually, yes. PO Box 66.
No, a probation officer. It says you're on probation in Apache County.
Yes,
Okay, for something that happened after this, right?
yes,
It's
correct.
that you're on probation for, I want to say, is it unlawful flight or something? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, St. John's, yes.
Yeah, unlawful flight, yeah. So, right, but that was from 2025. So this case today is older than your
Correct.
probation. That's why it doesn't violate your probation, because it's really old. Are you on unsupervised probation?
I don't know. I just started it when
Okay.
I got the.
All right, well, I'm not going to assume that you're not complying with them because they don't have a warrant out for your arrest. You don't have any Apache County probation warrant. So I'm going to assume you're complying, and I will let you, so are you living on the res?
Correct.
Okay, I'll put Apache County and or the Navajo Reservation. Okay, because I was just giving you permission to live there. Now, I will tell you, look at your docket. It didn't take that long to get charged. Okay, a summons was sent to you in 2022. Returned mail, now I'm looking at this, November 21, 2025, notice of deposit. Oh, hang on a second. This case may have gone differently than I think. All righty. In 2022, this is a check number date, November 21 of 2025, there was a deposit made for you, a government check paid by Ryan Chischili. I guess that's you.
Mm-hmm.
Payment type, deposit is for Ryan Francis. I don't know if there's 2 of you. All righty. All right. And warrant was served. Then you would have been given, So what I was about to tell you, which remains true, is people who like to ignore cases and sit on the reservation and wait to be caught because they know it's hard for the state court to round you up on the reservation.
Yeah,
The
that
court
was
doesn't like that.
So
this says the warrant, you were arrested and you posted a bond in this case. I guess I'm sorry that now I've looked at your docket. You posted bond on October 22nd, 2025 in Apache County, and you never did anything to reach out to the court here. So we had to issue another warrant for you. I don't know how you came into custody in Apache County, but you're going to get this bond. You need a bond that you had a chance. You had a chance. You knew about it. This did not get filed in 2026. It got filed in 2022. You say you have a job. Great. I'll still let you live there. But right now, I believe you may do this again, that you may just go, come and get me.
Well,
So you're going to have to post $1,000, Mr. Chischili. You posted $500.
Correct.
And didn't do anything.
Yeah, I was.
So you're going to have to post another $1,000 now.
I was dealing with a pretrial. That's who I was talking to.
I have none of that appears to be true in my case. So I will tell you, if you post this $1,000, that's what the judge ordered when the second warrant went out. I'm just affirming what they ordered. If you do this again, say we get you 5 years from now, and I have evidence that you've just been sitting up on the res going, they can't get me up here. They're not going to get me. I'll give you $25,000 cash if I think you've been hiding from this and you know it. Yeah. Don't hide from this. I know what your history is of DUI. I'm also considering that you have a long history of DUI offenses in New Mexico and Arizona. That increases the odds that you're dangerous to the community. So blowing off this court case, not only will you lose the $1,000, but we will hammer you for bond the next time we get you. Don't do this again. Don't, and I'm gonna put, I want to put in here, don't reprint it, because I want other courts to see that, because a lot of courts don't know how to read this. And I'm gonna say, note, defendant previously posted 500 in Apache County in October 25 and never contacted the court. This bond is in addition to that. I don't know what became of that bond. We gotta post another 1,000, and I want it obvious to anybody down the road, because I don't like that, saying that I'm just gonna go hide in another jurisdiction. So don't do it. It makes everybody sitting in my seat want to give you very large cash bond. I'm gonna give you one more chance to do it fair and square, because you're on probation in Apache. And you have to know, if you start screwing up and getting warrants down here, it's gonna mess up your probation in Apache, and you start looking at prison. You're already facing a potential 4-month prison sentence in this case. I don't know exactly how your DUI priors shake out for sentencing. I'm just saying, Mr. Chichilli, you need to be showing up for your court hearings. This is not gonna end well if you don't show up for your court hearings. All right, we gotta reprint that. If you step to your left, she's gonna give you your copy. Thank you. All right, Mr. Dean, Robert Dean. And then Krista Wilmer, will you go to the chair? Hi, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Robert Dean, 12886.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Dean, you're here on a warrant for an older DUI case. You've already been convicted. It's misdemeanor DUI. It looks like from January of this year. This warrant went out June 4th of this year. So I'm going to give you a court date of September 9th at 1 in the afternoon, which is Wednesday, September 9th. That's about almost 3 weeks from now. 1 in the afternoon in Goodyear. It looks like it's the first or close enough to the first warrant, post-conviction warrant. So I'm just going to release you. I think you owe them money, maybe alcohol classes, something like that.
Yeah, that's what I missed out on. I missed out on.
They put these huge bonds on there because it's probably the total amount that you owe. But we don't set bond to do collections. We set bond to get to people to appear.
Yes, ma'am.
So as I'm fond of telling people in your situation, it's not my job to get you to pay or to go to classes. It's my job to get you to go to court. So I'm releasing you because right now it doesn't look like you've missed a court date that they can prove you knew about. Now I gave you one. So if you don't go on this one, which is September 9th, we'll give you a bond for not appearing. I'm still not going to set $2,300 for somebody in a case like this. But you got to go. So go talk to them. I always tell people, even if you don't have money, even if you haven't done what you're supposed to be doing, go show up. If people are appearing, then this court doesn't have a good basis to set an appearance bond. An appearance bond is not a non-payment bond because allegedly we don't have debtor's prison in this country. So just go. And I've talked to a lot of defendants and like, well, I go and they tell me I have to pay the full amount by Friday. I believe them, but it's like, well, I'm so sorry. Or they'll put out a warrant. Like I can't solve that problem on my own, but I'll keep releasing you if I can see that you're going to court day.
Yes.
So just go talk to them.
Thank you.
Try to keep them off your back. Try to keep your address updated. So if they're sending you angry letters, you don't miss them.
And that was another thing I ended up moving from the Goodyear, but now I have my own place now. So.
And here's your lesson from last night in jail, which is these courts will never let you go as long as you owe them a dime. So every time you move, you got to tell them or you're going to end up getting a warrant at some point in the future. So good luck with that. You are released. You got your paperwork. Just show up and hopefully we don't see you back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you step to your left, you get your paperwork. All right, Ms. Wilmer and then Edwin Kagami, would please go to the chair. Oh, thank you. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Yes, Krista Lynn Wilmer,
Which date of birth?
5/19/1990.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got booked in for possessing dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is going to be in 2 weeks. It's a status conference on September 8th, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing, September 10th at 8:30. All of that is on your paperwork. You qualify for release on your own recognizance. That means get yourself to court and comply with release conditions. You don't appear to have any felony priors. So just like I told somebody earlier, you don't have any good reason to miss court or be afraid of missing court other than you're foolish and you think it'll go away if you ignore it.
Yeah.
It does not go away if you ignore it. It gets worse.
Yeah.
Show up. You don't have any priors. The odds of you getting a diversion offer from the county attorney are pretty high.
Okay.
They make that decision, not me.
Thank
But diversion means you get treatment and help and you never take a conviction. So it's a pretty good deal if you
Okay.
want to take it. You also can go to trial. None of that happens unless you show up and talk to your lawyer.
I'll be there.
Everything's on there. If you step to your left, get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Kagame, I remember Virginia Marin. Will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
I'm Edwin Kagame, May 27, 2003.
All right, thanks. You're in a warrant from the Agua Fria Justice Court. It's a reckless driving case. You've not been convicted, as I recall. No, you haven't been. And this warrant's been outstanding since April of 2025 when you missed a court date. This offense was January of 2025. All right, you're going to have a court date in that court, Agua Fria Justice Court. The address is on your paperwork. September 9th, 10:30 in the morning. That's almost 3 weeks from now. The address is on your paperwork. This does appear to be your first warrant in the case. So even though I do not love the allegations that you were back being really dangerously obnoxious with a car yesterday, I have you on this reckless driving warrant. So
Yes.
this reads like somebody who's not very good at driving and is going to keep doing this until they hurt themselves or somebody else. You got to show up for court. If I see, and I'll be able to see easily, one click, that if my name appears on a hearing for August 21st, and your failure to appear date is September 9th, you are 100% getting a bond because I give this little speech to everybody. And I will know that you got it and you still didn't care. So the phone number is also on your paperwork. So if you have any problems, get your court date rescheduled. These courts will work with people if you call before the warrant goes out. In my long experience, I believe they'll give you at least one continuance. You just call in and say, I lost my ride this morning. If you blow them off, that's how you land back here. Show up. I'm hopeful that the night in jail is enough to encourage you not to do this again, because this will only keep repeating itself until you deal with it. Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get a copy. What's your question?
So they said I have to go to another judge after this?
Well, because you got booked in for the allegations from yesterday. Who arrested you?
I wasn't stopped yesterday.
Is it Phoenix? Who did you show a hold? Do you have any city hold? Sometimes what happens is, I don't know what police agency arrested you. Was it DPS? Who stopped you? DPS?
I think so.
Troopers?
It was a black car, and
I can't tell.
I didn't get stopped yesterday, though, so I don't know.
I confirmed the warrant through Phoenix. Because our thing didn't populate for, hang on a second. Our thing didn't populate for what agency this, but because I was going to say, maybe they go into a different court. I only have you for the one, and the cities, see if I can deduce it from your Form 4, because what I'm guessing is, what part of town did you get stopped in?
I was just leaving my house and.
So were you in Paulison?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just on the. I
Oh, did they give you a citation? Did they give you a ticket?
She gave me the paper, but they took everything when I came.
Okay, you should be getting that back when you get released. They're going to, whatever was in your prisoner property, they're going to give back.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it's in there. I'm only guessing, is that you got a citation with a court date on it in Tolleson. That citation is basically a summons. So if you don't get that paper back, if it was me, I would give it until maybe like next Wednesday. Start calling the Tolleson City Court, Tolleson Municipal Court, and say, I'm sure I got a citation on August 20th, but it got lost.
Today's the 20th or yesterday?
No, today's the 21st. So they would have given you the citation when they arrested you.
I didn't get stopped yesterday. I only got stopped today.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Normally, there's more people coming through the jail, and I'm seeing people further out from when they got arrested. So this morning, you're right. Yeah. So just say, I know I got arrested. I know I got cited on August 21st, but I lost my paperwork in the shuffle. Can you please look up my name and tell me if I have a court date? That would be my recommendation to dodge a warrant. You don't want to have a warrant go out. But with any luck, they're going to give it back to you at release. And if you look at when they make you sign for the citation, there should be a court date on it.
Yeah, I'm getting released tomorrow.
No, well, you don't have any other holds. So they're going to put you in line for release. It takes many hours. I'm sorry, but this is the central facility for the entire jail system. So you just get in line with every other human who got released today. So it can still take 4 to 6 hours.
This is, I was told over there I'm supposed to see immigration.
Oh, that's a separate problem. Yeah, we don't know anything about that other than there are immigration agents in the building.
Who do I talk to about this?
If they want to talk to you, you're going to be taken over to them or they'll come to you. So it's not up to you to go find them. Don't worry. But I'm not 100% sure how they do what they do on site. I just know that there are usually 1 or 2 ICE agents somewhere out there, and then they're doing their thing. So it's not they'll come find you if they want to talk to you, or they'll have you brought to them, however it looks. Ask the officer after court. They probably have a better idea than I do. Just know if you end up in immigration custody for a short time or a long time, whatever it is, you could catch a warrant so for example, say you're in immigration custody past the court date I just gave you, September 9th, but then you do get out. Like some people, you get released back into Arizona. They don't deport you or anything. You should get on the phone with this justice court and say, I just got out of immigration custody. I know I missed a court date. Can you please, do you have a walk-in day? A lot of times they have walk-in days for people who with warrants, and get them to give you a date, and then just go take care of it before you run into another cop. So I hope for any young person's sake, they do not end up in immigration custody, but just don't forget this court date if you do. Okay, all right, good luck, sir. All right, Ms. Marin, Virginia Marin. Hi, ma'am, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Virginia Marin, May 5th, 1977.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant from El Centro Justice Court, where I think you've already been convicted. No, you haven't. You've been accused of driving on a suspended license back in 2023. This very much from the timing, I can tell this is somebody who blew off a citation court date because the court date you missed was a month later. So, all right, I'm going to give you a new court date. It is September 10th, 8:30 in the morning. El Centro Justice Court is right downtown Phoenix. The address is on your paperwork. And I'm going to release you because even though it's been 3 years, it looks like this is your first failure to appear and that you forgot, blew off, messed up going on a citation. I'm going to give you a do-over, but just like I told the last gentleman, go. That most people never do a single night in jail for driving on a suspended. And you just did one because you didn't go to court. Don't do it again.
No, it's just that I got really sick. I almost died, so
I'm sorry. And
I didn't have
happens. That's why I'm giving you a do-over. It's a misdemeanor.
Mm-hmm.
And it's your first failure to appear. It's just, well, obviously you haven't run into a cop in 3 years, so that's good.
Yeah.
But
I don't drive nothing no more, so
just go on the 10th because if you don't, this will absolutely happen again.
Right.
So just go show up there. You got your paperwork. It still takes hours to be released, though. Try to be patient. Good luck.
All right. Thank you.
Sure. All right, Mr. Mbongbe, and then Monica Parson, will you go to the chair? I need Daniel up here, please. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Daniel Gobet Toplin, my junior, May 18, 2008.
Thank you. And can you spell your last name for me? I have 2 spellings. I need to figure out what's correct.
N-G-O-N-G-E-E-H.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Okay. Can we, I am going to want to reprint your paperwork just because I think we should be getting that right. We had NB instead of NG. So it's say your last name?
Gobet.
Gobe? Okay, thank you. All right, you are here on a new arrest. You got arrested for discharging a firearm in the city limits. That's a class 6 felony, and carrying a deadly weapon concealed on your person under 21 years of age, and that is a misdemeanor. So I do find probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. I'm scheduling 2 court dates for you. The first one is a status conference on September 8th, 8:30 in the morning. That's about 2 weeks from now in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing September 10th at 8:30. And I will let you know, the county attorney recommended bond for you, but they were operating on the assumption that you have juvenile convictions. I think you don't. I think you got accused of some crimes as a juvenile, but they decided to wait to bring those charges. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about how the system works in the hope that it encourages you to come to court and be very compliant with the law. So I'm releasing you in this case. Do not go to that park. Don't go to any part of that park, okay? No contact with the arresting officers or anybody who called the police. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Will you do those things and come to court?
Yes.
Okay. What I want you to know, and you can talk to your lawyer about, is the charges that you had in April of this year, in the case history, I can see that the county attorney's office sent them back to the police department and told them to wait. They are now allowed, and this might seem strange, but the government can now bring those charges against you as an adult. And they often do this when someone is very close to 18. They hold on to the case and they present it after the person turns 18 as an adult case. So the reason I'm telling you that is you should get some advice from your lawyer about that, and to let you know that you need to be careful to comply with the law and come to court. Because right now, you may be facing not only this case, but that one from April that you may have thought went away. It did go away temporarily. It may be filed soon. So talk to your lawyer about that and say, the judge at the jail told me to ask you, the lawyer, about my charges from April and whether they might be coming back. Your lawyer can talk to the prosecutor's office, see if they can work a deal, see if they can figure out what's going on with that to get you the best outcome that you can. But right now, it's very important that you not pick up any new cases. Because you're very young. You don't have a lot of history. It just kind of started earlier this year. But you're kind of going from zero to a lot quickly. Don't make your situation worse by getting accused of something else, okay? Do not possess any weapons while this case is pending. I forbid weapons, okay? No drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. You're not old enough. And come to court. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, because I know it's kind of complicated, and many people are surprised that they can be accused as an adult of something they did when they were legally a child. But you can. And I think that may be about to happen to you. So talk to your lawyer about that. Your lawyer can help you get advice and get the best outcome possible. But if you pick up a third case, you're just making things very, very hard for yourself. All right. If you step to your left, she gives you your paperwork. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. No, it should be a G. Why didn't that work? Let's see. Oh, let me try one more time. I just don't want to accidentally create an alias for somebody when it's literally just bad spelling. Okay, try it now. All right, that one looks good. NG, yes. Yeah, I had to I re-signed it. It should say NG. Oops. Yeah, NG is the correct one. NG is correct. NG. Yes, yes. Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Harrison, and then Hector Escarcega, will you please go to the chair? Hi, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Monica T. Parsons, 09261966.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a new case. You got booked in for driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. They alleged it 4 different ways. I found probable cause for 3 of those today. Those are aggravated driving under the influence of alcohol with a license that's been suspended, revoked, or canceled. That is a class 4 felony. There is probable cause for that. Then driving under the influence of alcohol with a blood alcohol of 0.08 or more, that's a class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for that. Driving under the influence of any alcohol or drugs while impaired to the slightest degree, class 1 misdemeanor. There's also probable cause for that. So the one that I did not find probable cause for purposes of today's hearing only is aggravated DUI by a third or subsequent DUI, because I could see one definite prior conviction, not two. It takes 3 to get to that felony. So for purposes of this hearing only, didn't find probable cause for that last one. You can talk to your lawyer about how all that works. And it's up to the county attorney now to decide what formal charges they might want to bring. So talk to your lawyer. I am appointing a public defender for you.
Thank you.
Sure. Your next court date will be a status conference September 8th, which is 2 weeks from Tuesday, September 8th at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing September 10th at 8:30. That is all on your paperwork. So I'm going to follow the risk assessment score that suggests that if I release you on your own recognizance, you are likely to come to court and not so likely to commit a new crime. They didn't allege that you caused any collision or anything, even any civil traffic violations. They got you on vehicle violations, it said. So it doesn't appear that you're being particularly dangerous to the community. So I'm going to just release you on your own recognizance. You're not allowed to drive, though. You have you're in the middle of a long suspension. So you are not allowed to drive. I also prohibit you from driving. I put it in 2 places so you can't claim to be confused. You're not allowed to drive right now. And what else? I think that's it. Just no alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription, no recreational marijuana or similar products, and don't drive. Come to court. Right now, as I told an earlier defendant, if any person is convicted on that aggravated DUI, which is the class 4 felony, the one for doing it on a suspended license, any person convicted of that offense has a mandatory minimum of 4 months in prison, followed by probation. We have some of the harshest DUI laws in the nation. So the big one that you're accused of right now, if you are convicted, which you're a long way from being convicted, that you get a trial, you get a lawyer, you're not convicted yet. But if you are, you'll suit up in a jumpsuit at the Perryville State Women's Prison for 4 months, and then you'll come out on probation. I like to tell people that one because I think any intelligent person who knew what was at risk would be very careful to comply with release conditions and come to court. Already, you've got a serious consequence hanging over your head. Anybody who is accused of this same offense while one of those is pending, it's my understanding the county attorney starts their offer at 2.5 years in prison, because if you lose in both cases, you get 4.5. So the penalties, once you get into felony DUI, start getting really bad. And I want people to know. That's why I told Mr. Chischilly. And he's got other priors. I mean, his situation could be much worse. I don't know. But the mandatory minimum for this is 120 days in state prison, followed by probation. So show up for court. Don't commit new crimes. Comply with your conditions. Don't drive. Don't miss your court dates. Okay? If you step to your left, get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome. And you guys should Google it. I would tell everybody, Google the penalties for the crime you were accused of. You don't have to take my word for it. Talk to your lawyer. All right, Mr. Escarcega? No, not you, man. Hi, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Hector Angel Escarcega, September 21st, 1998.
Okay, thanks. You're in a new case. You got booked in for aggravated assault. That's a class 3 felony. 1 second. Let me look at your. Okay, I'm going to leave it that way. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you right now. I'm going to tell you why in a second. You're not technically indigent, which means you don't technically qualify financially speaking. I'm going to explain a couple things in a second.
Okay.
Your status conference is going to be September 8th at 8:30 in the morning, which is 2.5 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing September 10th.
Okay.
I did not find probable cause in your case. That's why I told you about your court dates first, because it's not dismissed. I don't dismiss charges. We just do sort of a preliminary probable cause finding, which has to do with the setting of release conditions. We don't decide if your case is going forward. We don't decide if there is formal probable cause. This is just an early hearing. The purpose of it is the setting of release conditions. So just because I didn't find probable cause does not mean it's dismissed. I put a big note in there. But yours is a case in which it's difficult to see the county attorney wanting to go forward as a felony if the facts are exactly as stated, because if I believed every word in this statement, you bit somebody.
Yeah.
And that is not aggravated assault. That's misdemeanor assault.
Okay.
So I'm not, if I thought this was going forward as a felony, I would probably appoint a lawyer for you in an abundance of caution.
Okay.
But the bite they describe, they don't even say that it broke the skin. And even if it did, to get to aggravated assault on injury alone, it has to be very, very bad. It has to be pretty much life-threatening.
Okay.
And I've never heard of, I guess you could bite someone's jugular.
I mean,
and maybe get to, you could, right? You could bite their jugular and maybe get to class 3 felony assault. But this says an arm, and it says it was penny-sized. So I have zero expectation this would go forward as a felony. What the county attorney typically does, if I'm right, is they refer it to a lower court for misdemeanor prosecution. They send it back to the police and they say, we're not filing that as a felony. And then the police can go put it into a local justice court or a local city court.
Okay.
So just make sure, you know, your address is, if you recently changed your address, you might want to call Phoenix PD and see if they'll take your new address. So they send you a summons to the right address. You're going to end up in city court, I think. That city misdemeanors for Phoenix, some city misdemeanors go to justice court. Phoenix's misdemeanors go to Phoenix City Court.
Okay.
So that if I was a betting person, but that's not up to me. At this moment in time, the felony charge remains pending against you. I'm releasing you. That's what you get. If I don't find probable cause, you get released, which I would have probably done anyway. But you get released. So you need to keep in touch with the court. I'd give it about, what's your court date? The 8th. That's a Tuesday. So I'd say maybe like that previous Thursday or Friday, call the number on your paperwork. I put on your paperwork and ask them if you still have a court date on the 8th.
Okay.
And because I think there's a pretty fair chance you won't. I could be wrong. It's up to the county attorney. Maybe they'll decide in all those police reports, they have a different felony they want to charge you with. They get to do what they want. But the odds of the bite that is described ever going forward as a felony are very, very low. So I'm just going to leave it. I'm not going to waste the public defender's time on your case right now. If the county attorney files it, you can ask for a lawyer at your next hearing. I just would be very surprised. Don't be surprised if it turns into a misdemeanor case, though.
Okay.
So you don't have any other orders. I don't have the authority to order you to do anything except show up for court. If I did, I'd say, don't go back to that bar.
I will not.
That would be a terrible idea, but I can't order you not to go back there because I don't have the authority. I'm just saying, life advice, don't go back.
Yeah, I doubt I'm allowed back in there.
I doubt you are too, and they probably recognize you and things would go bad.
Yeah, I'm pretty known at the bar, so.
Okay,
yeah.
well, you got to go to a different one.
No, not yeah.
Also,
Nobody.
Drinking can lead to this.
Yes.
So be careful.
I will.
But everything's on your paperwork. Just call that number, and if you forget to call, show up on the day, and they'll tell you if your case. They usually say scratched or dismissed. It doesn't mean it's vanished. In yours, if I was a betting person, the county attorney kicked it back and said, take that to city court.
Okay.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So officers, I've got Jesus Ruiz and Devontae Anthony. Are they not physically present in court because they've been isolated by the sheriff's office as potential risks of danger to themselves or others? Officer, are Devontae Anthony and Jesus Ruiz, officer? Can you hear me? I'm trying to ask for my house calls. Were Ruiz and Anthony, Devontae Anthony and Jesus Ruiz, did they get isolated as a possible danger to themselves or others?
Yes, already here and unpredictable.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I did get confirmation from the sheriff for those two, so pardon me, I'll go do those as house calls. I'll let Jesus Ruiz, born 8/20 of 99, he's here on a new case. he got arrested for shoplifting with 2 or more predicate shoplifting priors. That's a class 4 felony. Drug paraphernalia possession, class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those. I'm going to appoint a lawyer for Mr. Reese and give him court dates, I hope. Status conference September 8th at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing September 10th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. And currently, I'm hopeful that I can release Mr. Reese to pretrial services with instructions to come to court. Let me look at this again. Yeah. So I'm going to go talk to him. It's my hope that if he'll come to court and comply with conditions, if I think there's a reasonable chance, I'm going to release him to pretrial services. If I decide that there's not a good chance, then I'm intending to give him a $500 bond, and that'll move his court dates up to August 27th and August 31st, respectively. All right, Devontae Anthony is here on 3 warrants. Oh, it's a new case. Sorry, a new case and 2 probation holds. The new case, it's narcotic drug possession, class 4 felony. There is probable cause for that one. I did not find probable cause for the dangerous drug allegation for purposes of this hearing only. I'm appointing a lawyer for him, giving him a status conference. This is Mr. Anthony, August 27th at 8:30 in the morning, preliminary hearing, August 31st at 8:30. I'm going to give him a $50 placeholder bond in this case with written release conditions, because in the absence of his 2 probation holds, I would have released him. In his other 2 holds, they are numbers 19 and 20. These are his probation cases. I'll let him know there is a petition to revoke forthcoming. I'm going to give him a lawyer for it, and he'll have a court date in probation court of August 28th at 8:30 in the morning for a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Just like the last time he went through probation court, I'm going to set bond in each case at $1,000 secured for $2,000 total. That's $2,050 total across the 2 cases. If anything changes after I conduct these initial appearances, my final order will reflect the court's ultimate decision in these cases. It is not my intention to update this recording without a specific reason to do so. We're going to stand in recess until 5 p.m. today.
Just be seated. Thank you, be seated. This is the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar on August 21st, 2026. Before we begin, I have 2 advisements. First, if you're the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, please be advised that you have rights under Arizona law that include the right to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect, the right to a speedy trial, to be present in court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defense, to be heard before the court makes decisions on release, on the negotiation of a plea, on scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you haven't received a written copy of these rights, please contact the Victim Services Division at the prosecutor's office. Second, the court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month remain in effect for this calendar. So ladies and gentlemen, this is your initial appearance. I'm going to call each of you individually into the courtroom. So please, if you would, listen for your name. Once you hear your name, make your way to the center of the courtroom to the podium. I will also let everyone know who is second in line, and if that person could just take a seat directly to the left of the doorway, that would be great. Once you're in the courtroom, we will have your initial appearance hearing. One important note is that when you're in the courtroom, I will likely go over some, but not all, of your release conditions. So please make sure that you get your paperwork on the way out of the courtroom. It does contain a full list of your release conditions as well as your next court date. So again, read that paperwork. Don't lose it because you are required to obey all of those releases. All right, so we will start with James Robertson and then Anthony Lawrence. May I have your name and date of birth?
James Robertson, July 2nd, 1969.
So Mr. Robertson, I have you here on 3 matters. Okay, one is a new matter, so I'm going to start with that one. The new matter includes allegations of new offenses. Those are possession of narcotics for sale, which is a Class 2 felony, possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. So the court has found that there is probable cause to support each of these allegations, and the court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on August 27th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. You are eligible for release under the following terms. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. You have orders not to possess any weapons nor any drugs, and you have to contact your PO within 72 hours. Okay? Now, the other 2 matters are allegations of probation violation. Okay, those are in your 2023 criminal case out of Maricopa County. In that case, you were on probation for aggravated DUI. And your 2025 criminal court case out of Maricopa County, in which you're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia. So you're alleged to have violated term 1 of your probation in both of those cases. Term 1 is simply no new offenses. So by virtue of these new allegations, you're alleged now to have violated your probation.
Sure.
So the court is appointing an attorney to represent you in both of these probation violation matters. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. in both probation matters. In both probation matters, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. And then you have the remainder of your release conditions, which will be in your paperwork. Okay? All right. That concludes your hearing. Thank you. Anthony Lawrence and then Angelo Saul. Hello. Good. Thank you. All right. May I have your name and date of birth?
Anthony Joseph Lawrence, June 16, 1999.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. So you're here on one matter. It's a failure to appear bench warrant that issued when you didn't appear at a court hearing on a 2026 criminal court case in which you're charged with possession of narcotics and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Yes, ma'am.
The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on August 27th at 8:30 a.m. and you have a preliminary hearing on August 31st, also at 8:30 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. Additional orders include no possession of any weapons nor any drugs.
Hey, ma'am, I got a question.
Yeah.
I understand that since it's a failure to appear, like I'm not trying to there's no type of smooth talk. Like on my next court appearance, I can show you, but I was talking to the nurse about it and I wear like a heart jacket. My heart, the pump is short. So it's just difficulties. Sometimes I fall out, sometimes I faint, but I don't have my jacket or my medication. And I know that I was talking to her about it and the only reason why I'm bringing that up is because I tried to get a hold of, they put me on pretrial last time when they released me and I tried to get a hold of them. And I followed through, I did everything, and I just missed the court date on accident due to the heart.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't on accident, really. Sorry about that. It's heat.
Okay,
Heat.
so I understand what you're saying, and I'm sure that the sheriff's office will work with you to make sure that you have, the medical equipment that you need. The bond stands. Okay, thank you. That concludes your hearing.
Is that it?
Yep.
Appreciate you, ma'am. When is court again? 27th?
It's going to be on your paperwork. Yeah. All right, Angelo Saul and then Trinidad Calderon. Hello, may I have your name and date of birth?
Angelo Thal on May 15th, 1997.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thal. You're here on two matters. They're both allegations of probation violations, right? So your first matter is in the criminal case from 2025 that you are on probation for aggravated assault of a police officer. You're alleged to have violated terms 3, 4, and 5 of your probation in that matter. The court...
Just
give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. Just give me 1 second. I have to appoint an attorney on this, so both of these need to be reprinted. I'm so sorry. So, sir, I need to just ask you a few questions, Mr. Thal.
Yes, ma'am.
So I need to determine whether or not to appoint an attorney for you. Can you afford a private attorney to represent you? No? Okay. All right. So the court is appointing an attorney to represent you in both matters. All right, I'm going to backtrack just a little bit because there was some distraction back there.
Okay.
All right. So your first probation case, you're on probation for aggravated assault, right? You're alleged to have violated terms 3, 4, and 5 of your probation in that. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. You have to also contact your PO within 72 hours. And just like I said before, you got to make sure that you read your paperwork for the full list of every release condition, all right? In your second case, you're on probation. For harming a service animal, which is a Class 6 felony. You're alleged to have violated terms 3, 4, and 5 of your probation in that matter. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have the same court date, which is a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. In this matter, you have a $500 secure appearance bond, and you must also comply with the full list of release terms which are on your paperwork. Okay? Thank you so much. That concludes your hearing. Okay, so you.
Here's your paperwork. Just have to stop. Thank you.
All right, may I have Trinidad Calderon, please?
Yep.
Give me one moment, Mr. Calderon. No, I totally should. So I'm going to this back at statement and a little bit. All right, so you're here in one matter. Okay, you're here because a bench warrant issued when you failed to appear for a hearing on your 2025 criminal case out of Maricopa County in which you're charged with 1 count of possession of narcotics. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you, and you have a status conference on August 27th at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100, right? We have other terms of your release which are written in your paperwork, okay? All right, that concludes your hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Isaac Romero, pause, and then we'll have Amanda Perez. We have your name and date of birth.
Isaac Romero, 12/20/197.
Thank you. So you're here for 2 matters. The first matter involves an allegation of a new offense, specifically 1 count of possession of narcotics, which is a Class 4 felony. The court finds that there is probable cause to support that allegation against you, and the court's appointing an attorney to represent you. We have a status conference on August 27th at 8:30 a.m. And you have a preliminary hearing on August 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. You have additional terms of release, which include no weapons and no drugs. And you got to contact your PO within 72 hours. Please make sure to see your paperwork for a full list.
Okay.
All right. In your second matter, you're here because a warrant issued when you failed to appear for a hearing on a criminal trespass case that was filed in 2019. All right. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. All right. In this case, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. All right. Okay, that can.
Am I able to ask you a question?
Sure.
So the failure to appear, can you tell me when it was? What day? It was on the 5th, I think, right?
I can tell you when the warrant issued.
I'm saying because I did miss court, and then I contacted my attorney, and then he set up a court to have it expunged, and I went to that court date on the 14th of this month. So I kind of don't understand why I even have a warrant, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I missed court, but I got it expunged, and then so I'm not too sure why.
So, okay, who is your attorney?
I can't remember his name. His name was like Peter something.
Okay, and so you went to court on what day?
It was supposed to be on the 5th, but I went on the 6th. I thought it was the 6th, and then he set up a court date on the 14th, and he got it expunged, and then he set up a court date for the 15th of next month.
Okay, so you're gonna have to. So there's, I see that this was issued on the 6th. If you appeared, they would have quashed the warrant.
They did. The judge said that she was like, "I'm gonna quash your warrant," and that's why I'm confused.
Okay. I'm more than happy to look into it if you want to take a seat, and I can call you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And deputy, okay. Is there any way for you to look up and see this? Is there any way for you to look at to see if there was a court date in the event series? We have your name and date of birth.
Amanda Perez, February 17, 1993.
Thanks so much. All right, so you're here on one matter. You were charged by the county attorney's office with possession of narcotic drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia with an alleged date of offense from January 31st, 2026. Okay, so when the county attorney's office filed this new case against you, a warrant issued simultaneously for your arrest, which is why you're here. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on August 27th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $600, and you have additional release terms that are written on your paperwork. That concludes your hearing.
So am I being released or not?
If you are able to post the $600 bond.
So how long am I going to be doing time?
Well, you'll be held at least until your next hearing if you can't post the bond. Okay,
Your Honor.
thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn Summers, and then Alejo Santiago Hernandez.
Take your hat off. You take your hat off. Leave it in there. Murder phone reporting. He has a question to the.
Okay. Okay.
What's that?
All right, can we get him some headphones? Thanks so much. One moment.
Okay.
Oh, sure. Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Just leave this alone and just show your
It kept ringing.
the tablet.
Okay.
Sir, can I have your name and date of birth?
Yes, Glenn Summers, 1973. Oh, you're, Glenn Summers, October 11th, 1973.
All right. You're here because an arrest warrant issued with respect to failure to pay child support. You have a hearing. That hearing is a return on arrest warrant hearing, and that's going to be on August 25th at 10 a.m. And you have a cash-only appearance bond today in the amount of $50. Okay?
So if I don't understand, so if I come up with $50 today, I can leave, and if I can't, then I have to stay here till the 25th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you. And then do I get to stay like in a room where I can lay down or something?
That's up to the sheriff's office.
Okay.
All right. Alejo Santiago Hernandez, and then we're going to have Christopher Terry. We have your name and date of birth.
Alejo Santiago Hernandez, July 17, 88.
Great. All right, you are being seen because you have a So it's an arrest warrant out of the South Mountain Justice Court. And it is on your case involving one count of driving on a suspended license, which occurred on February 9th, 2026. Let me ask you this, sir. So are you being held for any reason aside from this driving on a suspended license?
Yes.
You are. Are you on a 30-day?
Yes.
30-day hold? Okay. All right. So the court is appointing an attorney to represent you for the sole purpose of helping you address the bond issue, if there is one. In this case, I am going to give you a $50 bond. It's a placeholder bond. So since you are, you're in here for 30 days on something else, this will allow you to, seek credit for time served on this matter, if that's what you choose to do. So there will be an attorney appointed at the next hearing for you to address that issue of the bond only in this matter. And your next hearing will be on August 26th at 8:30 a.m. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
So how do I go with the hearing?
So
I'll be locked up.
right. It will be the responsibility of the Justice Court to, if you are locked up, to coordinate with the Sheriff's Department to, I don't know how they do it. I don't know if they do telephonic appearances or if they will transport you in person.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Christopher Terry. And then Michaela Lugash. All right. May I have your name and date of birth, please?
Christopher Lee Terry, 2/14/71.
Okay. So you're here on two different child support arrest warrants. Okay. So it looks like you have a 2014 child support case as well as a 2023 child support case. You have hearings in these cases, and those hearings are going to be on August 27th. Hold on. Those hearings are going to be on, yes, August 27th at 10 a.m. Okay. In your okay, so Mr. Terry, I'm sorry, I got the dates of your child support cases mixed up. So one of them is from 2007. Okay. And then the other one is from 2014. Does that sound right? Okay. So two child support cases, and you have the same hearing date for both. Okay. And that hearing date is August 27th at 10 a.m. And that will be written down in your paperwork. All right. So for your 2007 case, you have a cash bond in the amount of $140. Okay. In your 2014 case, you have a cash bond in the amount of $549. Okay. So to be able to be released, it would be a combination of both of those bonds. Okay.
What's the total?
So it would be, I believe, $599. Okay.
That don't sound right.
Or, you know what? You're right. So $549. Sorry, I'm clicking between my two.
So it sounds like 680.
$549 plus $140.
So
Okay.
680.
So that would be. So yeah. So just take your paperwork. Do me a favor, since I'm clearly not, calculating things well in my head right now, and just add up the two amounts. Okay, when you get back there, but you got to post the bond in both cases. Okay. Otherwise, you'll be held until at least the following hearing. All right. Thank you. May I have Michaela Lagash, please, and then Tiara Jukpu. All right. May I have your name, please?
Michaela Dukas.
Thank you so much. All right, so you're here on one matter, okay? It's an allegation that you violated your probation in the criminal case that was filed in 2023 in which you're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia. You're alleged to have violated terms 3, 4, 5, 7, and 15. The court's appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. You have a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $150, and you have some additional terms of release, which are on your paperwork. Okay? That concludes your hearing. Tiara Jukpu and then Kyle James. May I have your name and date of birth?
Tiara Renee Tukpo, 8/15/91.
Thank you. All right, so you're here because a warrant issued out of the Desert Ridge Justice Court, and that's on a matter involving the DUI case that was filed against you in 2019.
Yeah.
You have an arraignment hearing on August 31st at 1:30 p.m., and that's in your paperwork. And today the court is releasing you on your own recognizance. Just make sure not to drive without a valid license, and be sure to go to that August 31st hearing and take care of this matter, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That concludes your hearing.
Thank you.
Kyle James and then Christopher Brannon. May I have your name and date of birth, please?
Kyle James, 01/05/1999.
Thank you so much. You're here because a warrant issued out of the West Mesa Justice Court on a matter pertaining to a case filed in 2026 charging you with driving on a suspended license, right? You have an arraignment hearing in this matter on September 8th at 8:30 a.m. That will be written in your paperwork along with the court location. You are released on your own recognizance today. And please make sure to not to drive without a valid license. And of course, attend your hearing on September 8th.
I have a question, ma'am.
Mhm.
I am on work release, so since I'm on leaving, do I just go straight back there?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're going to have to, I don't know, the
Okay.
logistics of that.
So that means I get released today, right?
On this matter, now if there's any holds, regarding that work release matter or any other matter, then you would be held. But on this specific case,
Yes, ma'am.
you're being held on, or you're being released on your own recognizance.
Okay. All right, awesome. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Christopher Brannon, please, and then Quentin Ringo. May I have your name and date of birth?
Christopher Brannon, 110387.
Thank you so much. So, sir, you're here because the county attorney's office filed a new case against you, alleging 1 count of possession of narcotics and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, allegedly occurring on April 12th, 2025. So when they filed that new case, an arrest warrant simultaneously issued. The court's appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on September 8th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on September 10th, also at 8:30 a.m. So the dates and times and locations of both of those hearings are on your paperwork. The court is releasing you on your own recognizance. You have orders not to possess any weapons, nor any drugs. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. That
Thank you.
concludes your hearing.
Thank you.
All right, and then Quentin Rango, and then we'll have Michael Hall. May I have your name and date of birth, please?
Quentin Ringel, 12/11/96.
All right, so you're here on one matter. It's an allegation of a new offense, specifically one count of criminal trespass as a Class 5 felony. The court has found that probable cause exists to support this allegation, and the court's appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on September 8th at 8:30 a.m., and you have a preliminary hearing on September 10th at 8:30 a.m. All of that information is in your paperwork. The court is releasing you on your own recognizance. You have orders not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and please make sure to see the written order for a full list of all release conditions, okay? All right, that concludes your hearing.
And then I'll be able, so getting released on your own recognizance, that means I can leave today, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there like a certain time?
You know, I don't know.
Oh,
It
okay.
depends on their processing time, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Michael Hall, please. Just one moment. May I have your name and date of birth?
Michael Ray Hall, October 24th, 1960.
Okay. Mr. Hall, what is your address?
I'm at 1540 West Desert Cove, Apartment A.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
Just about a week, you know.
Okay.
Okay.
And where did you live before then?
I stayed with some friends at 2760 West Saguaro Drive.
Okay. How long have you been in Arizona?
My entire life.
Okay. And do you have an employer here?
No, I'm retired and I've been driving the Uber.
Okay. All right. You're here on one matter. It is an allegation of a new offense, specifically one count of unlawful use of means of transportation. It's a Class 5 felony. Okay. Are you able to afford to hire a private attorney to represent you?
Not really. A lot depends on if I can go back to work.
Okay. So this one is going to be a reprint. All right, so the court will appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on September 8th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on September 10th, also at 8:30 a.m. All right. The court is going to release you. The court's not going to require a bond. Okay. However, the court is going to require you to be on pretrial supervision. Okay. So you'll get information on how you comply with pretrial supervision. And it's really important, sir, that you show up to your court dates. Okay.
Yes.
A warrant will just issue for your arrest. If you don't, and more than likely you'd get a bond, and probably a substantial one. Okay. All right. So additional terms of your release are no contact with any alleged victims, no driving without a valid license. You're ordered not to leave the state. Okay. And you're also ordered that you have to notify the court of any new address.
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes,
all right. Thank you. That concludes
Thank
your
you.
hearing. Let me back. Okay, Isaac, pause. All right, so Mr. Paz, I looked up your 2019 case. You know, it's showing that you're set for a bond forfeiture hearing, which is the only information I can find, which would suggest to me that the warrant was not quashed. So I can't, you know, I can't confirm anything that you're telling me. And in fact, again, I see that there's this bond forfeiture hearing. So the bond in your 2019 case does remain at $500, right? So your paperwork will include your next court dates for both of those matters, as well as a list of your release conditions. Okay.
Am I able to ask one more question?
Sure.
If I get it like resolved at court and I spend $500 on bond, do I lose the money or like let's say like they messed up and they brought me in for nothing?
I mean, if you post bond and you show up, then your bond, you know.
Oh, that's how it works.
Right. I mean,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
if you work with a bonds company and you pay some sort of fees or something attached with it, that's a different
Oh,
story.
okay.
Okay. All right. Thanks
Have
so
a good
much. All right, and may we have Luis Nunez Reynoso, please? And we should have Ms. Gaunt on this one.
I'm here.
Oh, hi. How are you?
I snuck in, Your Honor.
All right, may I have your name and date of birth, please?
It's 12/10/2001, Luis Nunez.
All right, so sir, you're here on allegations of new offenses, specifically one count of sex conduct with a minor, which is a Class 2 felony, one count of criminal trespass, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor, one count of endangering a minor, Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of contributing to the delinquency of a minor, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause as to the criminal trespass allegation, as well as to the contributing to the delinquency of a minor allegation. So those are both Class 1 misdemeanors. At this point, the court has very little information before it, and based on that limited information, the court does not find that there's probable cause as to the sex conduct allegation nor the endangering allegation. That's not to say that you won't ultimately be charged with one or both of those or other offenses that arise out of this fact pattern, okay? So the court is appointing an attorney to represent you, and actually that attorney will be appointed at your next hearing. Your next hearing is a status conference on August 27th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in this matter in the amount of $1,500. Okay. Additional terms of your release are you're absolutely not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Do you understand that?
I understand, ma'am.
Okay, and you are ordered not to have any contact by any means whatsoever, whether that's in person, electronic, writing, nothing with the alleged victim. Do you understand that as well?
I understand.
Okay. And Ms. Gaunt, is there anything, would you like to state your appearance?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gaunt on behalf of the state.
Thank you. And Ms. Gaunt, do you have anything to add?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would ask to seal the Form 4 because it contained personally identifiable information regarding the minor victim.
Okay. So upon motion of the court and good cause appearing, the court will order the Form 4 to be sealed. Is there anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And sir, I need to just print this paperwork and we'll get it to you. So just hang on for one moment, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead and take a seat in the bathroom.
Okay.
May I be excused?
Yes, thank you so much, Scott. Okay, now I can't remember. Oh, there we go. And the motion to bring it on record, okay. And perfect, I think I did it right. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies.
Have a good day. You too. Oh, yes, we are off the record. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please be seated. This is the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar. It's August 21st, 2026. Before we begin, I have 2 advisements. First, if you're the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, please be advised that you have rights under the law that include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, the right to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defense, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, on the negotiation of a plea, on scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you haven't been provided with a written list of these rights, please contact the Victim Services Division at the prosecutor's office. And second, the court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your initial appearance hearing. I am going to call each of you into the courtroom for your hearing, so please listen for your names. I'm also going to let everyone know who is going to be the second in line, and if that person could take a seat in the chair just right by the door, that would be great. Once you're in the courtroom, we will have your hearing, and one important thing to remember is that while you're in here, I will likely go over some of, but not all of your release conditions. Okay, so I'll discuss the most important release conditions with you. However, you've got to make sure that you review your paperwork because it includes a full list of release conditions that you must abide by. Your paperwork is also going to include your next hearing date, times, and locations. So please don't lose that, okay? All right, so let's start with Tristan Sanders and then Emilio Gomez.
Stand around right here.
At the podium.
May I have your name and date of birth?
October 10th, 2000.
Okay, and your name, please?
Tristan Sanders.
Okay, so Mr. Sanders, you're here for one matter. It is an allegation of probation violation. Okay, so this is from your criminal case that was filed in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
You are alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation.
Yeah.
The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $6,000. Additional terms of your release include you must contact your PO within 72 hours. Okay?
Okay. All right. Can I say something, Your Honor?
So I don't want you to say anything related to the allegation that you violated your probation.
Yeah, I just got out the hospital. That's why I was absent. That's why I couldn't make it, and I was getting treatment for psychiatric mental health.
Okay. And when were you in the hospital?
I was in the hospital for a month and a half. I have proof of it, and my probation officer, I texted her when I got out today, and she's trying to work with me, I think. So.
Okay. And so you were in for a month and a half?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, I certainly hear what you're saying. You know, probation is alleging that you started not reporting back in May. So that would have been, longer than a month and a half ago. So the trial court that is handling this probation violation matter, that judge is the one who requested this bond. The court today is going to affirm that bond, okay? But you can discuss with your attorneys the information that you just told me, okay?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Uh-huh. Emilio Gomez, and then Christopher Alger. May I have your name and date of birth, please?
My name is Emilio Gomez. My date of birth is October 11, 1976.
All right, so you're here on one matter. The grand jury indicted you on one count of aggravated domestic violence. That's a class 5 felony. The alleged date of offense is March 1st, 2026. So there's basically a new case against you, okay? When that indictment came down, a warrant for your arrest simultaneously issued. All right, so that's why you're here today. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have an arraignment hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. I'm going to go over some of your release terms with you, but make sure that you read the paperwork for the full list, okay? You have a cash on the appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you post that bond, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. You are ordered not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, okay? If for some reason that was your place of residence, the court is authorizing a one-time civil standby to be conducted by law enforcement to collect essential belongings. You're further ordered not to have any contact with the victim by any manner whatsoever. That includes in person, electronic, etc. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're ordered not to reside in the same location as the alleged victim. Do you understand all of those orders regarding the strict prohibitions against victim contact?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Additionally, you're ordered not to possess any weapons. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So again, please read your paperwork for the full list of release terms, and that concludes your hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Alger, and then Harley Clark. May I have your name and date of birth, please?
Christopher Alger, 09/26/2005.
Thank you. You're here on one matter, Mr. Alger. It is an allegation of probation violation, right? So you're alleged to have violated terms 1, 4, and 5 of the probation that you're on out of Maricopa County in the case that was filed in 2024, right? The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. Your release terms include the following. You have a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. Additionally, you're ordered not to possess any weapons, any drugs, or alcohol, and you have to contact your PO within 72 hours. That concludes your hearing.
Thank you.
Harley Clark, and then Dario Banderas. Give me just one moment. This is going to be a All right, I'm so sorry for that. I'm not sure if I asked you, can you give me your name and date of birth?
Harley Clark, 8888.
Thanks so much. All right, so you're here on one matter. It's allegations of new offenses. Those are possession of dangerous drugs for sale, which is a class 2 felony, possession of dangerous drugs, transporting for sale, which is a class 2 felony, and then possession of narcotic drugs, which is a class 4 felony. So based on the limited information that is provided by law enforcement to date, the court is finding probable cause exists for the possession of dangerous drugs for sale, the class 2 felonies, but not for the possession of narcotic drugs. So that doesn't mean that you ultimately won't be charged with possession of narcotics, just means no probable cause is found today. The court's appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on August 27th at 8:30 a.m. You have a preliminary hearing on August 31st at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you post that bond, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. Okay. Other terms of your release include no weapons, no drugs. All right. Okay. Thank you. That concludes your hearing. Dario Banderas and then Armando Vega. May I have your name and date of birth?
Dario Banderas, 320-86.
Thank you so much. All right, so you're here on one matter. It's a warrant that issued when you failed to appear for a hearing on a criminal case out of Maricopa County involving one count of possession of dangerous drugs. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you, and you have a non-witness violation hearing on August 28th, along with a possible disposition August 28th at 8:30 a.m. You have a cash-only bond in the amount of $1,000. You're also ordered not to possess any weapons or any drugs. Okay? All right, so that concludes your hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1,000 for the bond?
Yes. Armando Vega and then Michael Hernandez. May I have your name and date of birth?
Armando Vega, 528-84.
Okay, so Mr. Vega, before we begin, are you able to afford to hire your own attorney?
No.
Okay, so let me just follow up with a question. So after you're paid each month and you pay all of your bills, you don't have enough left over, or you don't have, a lot of assets to go out and
No,
retain
my
it.
account actually has been, negative each week.
Okay, that's fine. So the court will appoint an attorney to represent you. That one's going to be a reprint. Give me 1 minute. All right, so you're here on one matter. It's allegations of new offenses, one count of criminal damage as a class 6 felony, and one count of disorderly conduct as a class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found that probable cause exists as to those allegations. The court will appoint an attorney for you. You have a status conference on August 27th. You have a preliminary hearing on August 31st. Both of those are at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. I'm going to go over some of the additional release terms with you, and they're very important, okay? The court is ordering you not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. If that is your residence, the court will authorize a one-time civil standby for you to collect your belongings. And you're ordered not to initiate any contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. And that means in any manner, in person, electronically, and otherwise. And you're ordered not to reside at the same location, whether it's at the scene of the alleged crime or somewhere else as the alleged victim. Okay, all of those are very important release terms. If you fail to abide by those, that failure to abide by the order could result in new charges. Do you understand all of those release terms?
Yes.
Okay. Let me just finish up with this and then you can ask a question. You're also ordered not to possess any weapons or any drugs. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a question?
The release, the 1,000, I don't know what that means. I've never been arrested before. I don't know what any.
A secured appearance bond means that you essentially that you can work with a bond company if you want to, and they will require you. I don't know if it's 10% or 20%, but you put up 10 or 20% of the bond amount, and they'll work with you to post the bond. Okay, so you can either pay the $1,000 or work with a bond company. Okay.
So that I can be released.
Yes.
And when do I do that, or how do I do that? I can't.
Right. So there is a list. I know that there's a list of bond companies in the back. Okay. And aside from that, additional information on the logistics of how you pay the bond back there, you'll have to ask the deputies.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Michael Hernandez and then Miles Dickens. Hello, may I have your name and date of birth, please?
Michael Hernandez, Luis Hernandez, May 4th, 1989.
Thank you. So you're here on two matters. Each matter is, are allegations that you violated your probation, okay? So the court is going to appoint an attorney to represent you in both matters, and you have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing in both matters on August 28th at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
In your criminal case that was filed in 2023 in Maricopa County, in which you're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia, you're alleged to have violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 7 of your probation. In this matter, you have a $1,000 secured appearance bond. In your criminal case filed in 2025 in Maricopa County, in which you are on probation for possession of dangerous drugs, you're alleged to have violated the same terms, which are 3, 4, 5, and 7. In the second matter, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In both matters, you're ordered not to possess any weapons, no drugs, and you've got to contact your PO within 72 hours. Okay?
Okay.
That concludes your hearing. Thank you. Miles Dickens and then Rufus Barnett. May I have your name and date of birth?
Miles Allen Dickens, April 24th, 2:22 a.m., 1998.
Okay. Mr. Dickens, you're here on one matter. An arrest warrant issued out of the Youngtown Municipal Court when you failed to appear for a hearing on your criminal trespass failure to appear matter. Just let me finish this and then you can ask questions, okay? An attorney will be appointed to represent you at your next hearing to address bond issues. Your next hearing will be an arraignment hearing on August 27th at 9 a.m. You have a cash bond in the amount of $250. Okay? Did you have a question?
Yes, the failure to appear, what date was my appearance?
I can tell you when the warrant issued. So the warrant was signed and issued on July 1st, 2026.
June, July, August. I was actually visited by my parole or my probation officer in Mesa, Arizona, by my court-mandated drug rehabilitation program at that time.
Okay.
I'm just, that's the only reason I asked. So I was in the hands of the court when I missed my court date.
How were you in the hands of the court?
I was in a rehabilitation program,
Okay.
court mandated.
Okay. Well,
And my probation officer, Your Honor, is actually on vacation into the 1st, and my substitute probation officer has a copy of the graduation certificate from Unhooked Recovery out of Mesa, Arizona.
Okay.
And if I don't get home tonight, then I will more than likely come home to either my dead wife or the crazy people that like to manipulate women and use them for plates as drugs.
Okay.
Anything
So
you
a
could do to
few
get me back to
things,
her would be great.
Okay. So I can't verify anything that you're telling me about being in rehab, but regardless, I understand that rehab can be restrictive, but the court still expects for people to make arrangements regarding their court hearings. And I just want to mention one last thing, and then I'm going to conclude your hearing. When this warrant issued, the judge at Youngtown requested a $700 bond. I am imposing a $250 bond.
I'm
Okay.
homeless and jobless. I apologize.
Yes. Okay. So thank you. So those are your release conditions, and that concludes your hearing. Okay.
That being said, am I not going to be able to be released this evening or this morning?
You have to post the $250 bond. You'll be held unless you do that.
I'm poor. I have no money.
The court is not in, the court understands. Thank you. That concludes your hearing.
This is not justice.
Step off to the left, please.
Yes, ma'am.
May I have Rathis Barnett, please?
JP needs one removed.
Rafus Barnett the third, 4/20/1990.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. Barnett, your matters are a little bit complicated, so I'm going to go through them one by one, okay? And then I'll make sure that you understand. So you're here on 4 matters, all right? I'm going to start with number 17 on the calendar. That's an initial arrest warrant was issued out of the Agua Fria Justice Court. Okay. So they charged you with 2 counts of DUI and 2 counts of extreme DUI with an alleged date of offense on March 30th, 2025. All right. So that Justice Court, they filed this new case and an arrest warrant simultaneously issued to get your appearance at court. Okay. The court is appointing you an attorney, and actually that attorney will be appointed at the next hearing at Agua Fria. You have a secured appearance bond in this matter in the amount of $500, and you have some additional release conditions that include no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a license. All right. So this new case out of Agua Fria, even though it's new, even though the alleged date of offense is not particularly new. But they filed that case, and then that triggered term 1 probation violation allegations in your 2 criminal cases that were filed in Maricopa County in 2024. All right. So you were placed on probation in these 2 matters. And then after you were placed on probation was the date of the alleged DUI offense. So now coming back and alleging that you violated term 1 of your probation, which is no new offenses. Okay.
And I say one thing. They didn't even charge me. They let me go from the hospital. I moved from the address. I'm not even from here. I'm from Philadelphia.
let me just finish this up,
Yeah.
and then you can say, what you need to.
Okay.
All right, so, you're on probation for 2020 cases. In both of those cases, you're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia. All right, so I'm going to go over those two probation violations. An attorney is going to be appointed to represent you in those matters. It will likely be a different attorney than the Agua Fria attorney. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. You have in each one of these probation violation matters a $250 secured appearance bond. Terms of your release conditions in these probation matters include no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, and you got to contact your PO within 72 hours. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have a fourth matter, and it's your final matter. This one is a warrant that was issued out of the Goodyear Municipal Court. This is on an order to show cause or a contempt issue on an underlying prostitution case. You will have an attorney appointed for you at the next hearing, more than likely, the third. You'll have three separate attorneys because we're dealing with three different courts.
Mm-hmm.
In this matter, you have an arraignment hearing on August 26th at 8:30 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
You have a secured appearance bond in this matter in the amount of $500. Okay? So 4 separate matters, although
3 bonds or 2 bonds.
you have 4 bonds. Okay? So you got to read your paperwork because you got 4 bonds, you got 3 courts, you got 3 sets of court dates. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. No, that's all right. I don't know how the state of Arizona works, right? But I don't understand, right, how I could be like, because this is kind of like double jeopardy, right? Because you arrest me, you take me to the hospital, you take my blood, but you don't charge me. Now, the double jeopardy come in play is when they give me an arrest warrant, you know what I'm saying? And I don't even live at the property no more. I don't even live there anymore. But they didn't charge me right then and there.
Right.
And
so
now,
they don't have to, sir. Okay, so they don't have to.
yeah, I don't understand it.
Right. So if they don't charge you, they've got to release you, which they did.
Right.
They can bring up charges up to the point of the statute of limitations that runs. So, as far as I see, there have been no violations here of any.
I'm speaking on a
right.
warrant. I'm speaking on a warrant. I'm locked up right now because of a warrant. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say, right? They knew I wasn't from here.
Okay.
I never told them I was from Arizona. I don't even have. I don't
understand.
have one family member out here in Arizona.
Okay. That concludes your hearing. Thank you.
All your paperwork is here and all the details that you need to. Go ahead and take the seat over there.
Francisco Rojas and then Samuel Paz.
Stop, I don't know. I'm not here for you.
May I have your name and date of birth?
Francisco Rojas, 10/26/87.
Mr. Rojas, you are here on one matter. It's an allegation of a new offense. Shoplift is a class 4 felony. The court has found probable cause exists for the allegation. The court's appointing an attorney for you. You have a status conference on August 27th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. You have a cash bond in the amount of $250. You have additional terms of your release, including no going back to the scene of the alleged crime. Okay? Thank you. That concludes your hearing. Samuel Paz, followed by Aaron Casillas. Hello, may I have your name and date of birth?
Samuel Paz, 10/1/91.
Thank you, sir. You're here on one matter. It's an allegation of probation violation. You're on probation for theft of means of transportation in a criminal case that was filed in 2017. You're alleged to have violated terms 6, 7, and 12. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a probation revocation arraignment possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. You have additional terms of release, which include you must contact your PO within 72 hours. Please see your paperwork for the full list. Thank you. Aaron Casillas and then Dante Gilmore. We have your name and date of birth, please.
Aaron Cross Casillas, January 21st, 2001.
Thank you. You're here on one matter. It's an arrest warrant that issued out of the El Mirage Municipal Court when you, failed to appear for a hearing on a shoplift case. So actually 2 counts of shoplift, 1 count of failure to appear. An attorney will be appointed for you at your next hearing. Your next hearing is an arraignment hearing on August 31st at 10 a.m. You have a cash-only bond in the amount of $152, and you have additional terms of your release, which include no victim contact, and those terms of release are in your paperwork. Right? Thank you. Dante Gilmore, and then Malik Bynum. Hello, may I have your name and date of birth, please?
Dante Xavier Gilmore, 3/25/1995.
Thank you. Mr. Gilmore, you're here on 2 matters. The first is a probation violation matter, okay? So it's in your criminal case that was filed in 2022, in which you're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia. You're alleged to have violated terms 4 and 12 of your probation. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. You have other release conditions, which include you must contact your PO within 72 hours. Your second matter, you're here on an initial arrest warrant out of the Arrowhead Justice Court. So the Arrowhead Prosecutor's Office filed a new case against you, charging you with 2 counts of DUI. And the date of offense, the alleged date of offense for the DUI was November 23rd, 2024.
Yeah, I remember when I was up for that.
Give me just 1 minute, okay? Then you can ask a question if you want. So an attorney will be appointed to represent you, and your next hearing is an arraignment hearing on August 25th at 8:30 a.m. In this second matter, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. You have other terms of release that include no drugs, no alcohol, and you've got to contact your PO within 72 hours. Okay. Did you have a question?
Nothing I can ask you. I talked to my probation officer in the room already.
Okay, all right. So talk to continue to maintain contact with your PO, and then you'll have an attorney to represent you, and you can certainly ask that person questions.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Malik Bynum, and then Jonathan Walker. We have your name and date of birth.
Malik Bynum, 4/29/1997.
Thank you. You're here on one matter. So it's a failure to appear arrest warrant that issued when you failed to appear for a hearing in your criminal case filed in 2021 in that case, it looks like you were charged with aggravated assault. The court's appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a non-witness violation hearing on August 28th, and you have a disposition hearing on it's just one hearing. It's a non-witness violation, possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. You have a cash bond in the amount of $100, and you have some additional terms of release, which are in your paperwork. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Walker, and then Alexandria King. May I have your name and date of birth, please?
Yeah, Jonathan Walker, 8582.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Walker, you're here on one matter. It's an allegation of probation violation. It's in your criminal case that was filed in 2025, where you're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia. You're alleged to have violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 7. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. You have a cash bond in the amount of $150. You have additional terms of your release, including you've got to contact your PO within 72 hours, and all of those are in your paperwork.
Okay.
Right? Thank you. Alexandria King, please, and then Damian Stewart. May I have your name and date of birth?
Alexandria King, March 11th, 1994.
All right, so you're here on one matter. The county attorney's office filed a direct complaint, basically a new case, charging you with possession of narcotic drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia, and false reporting to police officers. The dates of those alleged offenses are June 11th, 2026. All right, so when they filed this new case, a warrant simultaneously issued for your arrest to secure your appearance before a court, and that's why you're here, okay? The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on August 27th and a preliminary hearing on August 31st. Both of those are at 8:30 a.m. You have a cash bond in the amount of $250, and you have some additional release terms, including no drugs and no weapons, and all of those release terms are in your paperwork. Okay, thank you. Damian Stewart, please, and then Ashley Taylor. May I have your name and date of birth?
Damian Stewart, 110203.
Okay. So, Mr. Stewart, you're here on one matter. The county attorney's office filed a new case against you, and they charged you with one count of unlawful flight from law enforcement. The date of that alleged offense is July 5th, 2025. So they filed this new case, and when they did, they requested that a warrant be issued for your arrest to secure your appearance, which is why you're here. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on August 27th, and you have a preliminary hearing on August 31st. Both of those are at 8:30 in the morning. You have a cash bond in the amount of $50, and you have some additional terms of release that are in your paperwork. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, I see here that you don't have a criminal history. You know, so make sure that you go to your court date.
Yes, ma'am.
You speak with your attorney, and you deal with this issue. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
For the 27th, what is that court about? Like just.
It's a status conference.
So just gonna talk about what it is first before I go in on 31st, or
You
court
will
on
meet
31st?
with your attorney on the 27th, they'll let you know
Okay.
what's going to take place at the status.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And the $50 bond?
Mhm.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Ashley Taylor, followed by Anthony Myler. Give your name and date of birth.
Ashley Taylor, July 17th, 1999.
All right, so Ms. Taylor, you're here on one matter. You're here because you failed to appear for a hearing in your case that was filed in 2024 involving an allegation of possession of drug paraphernalia.
Okay.
The court is appointing an attorney to represent you, and you have a disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. You have a cash bond in the amount of $400, okay? And you have some additional terms of your release, which is in your paperwork, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Myler, and then we will have Gilberto Valenzuela. We have your name and date of birth.
Anthony Moore, Myler, November 26, 1996.
Thank you. You're here on one matter. It's an allegation that you violated your probation in your criminal case that was filed in 2025, in which you're on probation for possession of dangerous drugs.
Mm.
You're alleged to have violated term 1 of your probation, which is no new offenses.
Mm-hmm.
And the alleged new offense, I believe, is criminal trespass. Okay?
Okay.
So the court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a probation revocation and possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. You have a cash bond in the amount of $250, and you have some additional terms of your release, which are written in your paperwork.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Gilberto Valenzuela, and then we will have Anthony Giunta.
I'm sorry,
We have your name and date of birth.
Gilberto Acosta Valenzuela, 11/1994.
All right, you're here on two matters. They're both allegations of probation violation, okay? So in your 2025 criminal case, where you're on probation for possession of dangerous drugs, you're alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. And then you have another case that was filed in 2025 that you're again on probation for possession of dangerous drugs. So they're almost identical probation violations, just in your two separate cases. The court's appointing an attorney to represent you in both matters, and you have a hearing in both matters on the same date. So it's a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on August 28th at 8:30 a.m. So same hearing date and time, same attorney for the two cases. In one of the cases, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In the second case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. So when you look at your paperwork, you can see the two different case numbers. One's 250, one's 100. You have additional terms of your release, which include got to contact your PO within 72 hours. Okay? Thank you. That concludes your hearing.
Thank you.
Anthony Giunta and then Vittorio Baselia. So may I have your name and date of birth?
Anthony Jensen, March 12th, 1988.
Thank you. You're here on one matter. It's an allegation of a new offense. One count of shoplift is a class 4 felony.
Okay.
The court has found that probable cause exists. The court's appointing an attorney to represent you. You've got a status conference on September 8th, and you've got a preliminary hearing on September 10th. Both of those are at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
The hearing date, time, and the court address is on your paperwork, all right? The court's releasing you on your own recognizance. You have other terms of your release, which include you can't go back to the scene of the alleged offense. So make sure that you read your paperwork for the full list, okay? Make
Yes.
sure you make it to those next court dates,
Yes.
right? Thank you.
All right.
Victoria, please. And then Christopher Pike. Hello.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
My name is Vittorio Bocelli. My birthday is 5/7/82.
Thank you. You're here on one matter. It's allegations of new offenses. One count of possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, and one count of criminal trespass, a class 1 misdemeanor.
Okay.
The court has found that probable cause exists for those allegations. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on September 8th. You have a preliminary hearing on September 10th.
Okay.
Both of those hearings are at 8:30 in the morning. Those dates and times and the court address is on your paperwork.
Thank you.
The court is not requiring you to pay a bond. However, the court is going to release you to pretrial services. All right, so you don't have to post anything to be released. You will be released today. You'll receive some information in an envelope about how to contact pretrial services, right? And then you've got to follow their directives, okay? You have some additional terms of release, which will all be written in your paperwork, okay?
Mhm.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that concludes your hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Christopher Pipes, please.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Hello, good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Christopher Martin Peets, August 1st, 1975.
Thank you. Give me one moment. All right, so you're here on one matter. That matter includes allegations of 2 new offenses. One count of burglary is a class 4 felony, and one count of criminal trespass as a class 1 misdemeanor. The court found that probable cause exists as to those allegations, and the court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on September 8th at 8:30 a.m., and you have a preliminary hearing on September 10th at 8:30 a.m. All of that's going to be written in your paperwork. You have to be at those court hearings, okay? The court is releasing you on your own recognizance. You have some additional terms of your release, the most important being don't go back to the scene of the alleged crime and don't have any contact with the alleged victim, okay?
Okay.
Okay, that concludes your hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And then Deputy, can we have everyone cleared except for the last matter? Yes. Leader through the hearing.
I'm sorry. Oh, just move over. I'm sorry. I'm kind of,
You're speaking.
okay.
Sir, may I please have your name and date of birth?
I'm sorry.
May I have your name and date of birth?
Okay, my name is Orrin Martin, on May 27th, 1958.
Okay. Sir, you're here on one matter. It's allegations of new offenses. Those offenses are 2 counts of the sexual abuse of a minor. Both of those are class 3 felonies. 1 count of furnishing obscene materials to a minor, which is a class 4 felony. And 1 count of public sexual indecency, which is a class 5 felony. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I did hear you, yes.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So the court has found that probable cause exists to support those 4 allegations. I need to ask you some questions to determine whether you qualify for a court-appointed attorney. Can you afford to retain a private attorney?
Yes, I feel I do, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. So then, and that's fine. So the court will not appoint you an attorney, okay?
Yeah, okay.
All right. You have a status conference on August 27th at 8:30 a.m. And you have a preliminary hearing on August 31st at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
You have a cash-only bond in the amount of $100,000. If you post that bond, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services, and before you would be released from the jail, they would put an ankle monitor on you, okay? At which point you would have to abide by a curfew.
Yeah.
You are ordered not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Right.
You cannot have any contact in any way with the alleged victim.
Yes.
No in-person contact, no
No.
contact by phone, electronically, no
Right.
contact at all.
Right.
You may not access the internet through any means.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
So you can't use the internet, except if you're using it for school or work. Okay, so no internet use unless it's...
Okay.
And you are not to have any contact with any minors. So that includes the alleged victim, and it includes all minors, regardless of their relationship to you.
Okay.
You have some additional, some other terms of release that I'm not going to go over with you specifically, but they are in your paperwork, right?
Yeah, yes, I understand.
Okay.
That's, yeah, see, so I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'll just back up for a second. I know it's $100,000 bond, and mine, maybe I'm asking the wrong person, apologize, maybe I should be asking them, do I go back out to the holding cell and then start trying to contact a bail bondsman then, or?
So it is a cash-only bond, okay? So what that means...
I'd have to come up with $100,000. Okay.
Okay.
I can't do that.
So if you can't do that, then you'll be held at least until the next hearing, okay?
I'm sorry.
So you'll be held, if you can't post that bond, at least until your next hearing, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy, is there any way, again, stop me if I'm asking the wrong person, is there any way that I'm able to make a few phone calls? I don't have a phone or I mean, what I need to try to do, that phone numbers, I can't.
So you're going to have to work with the sheriff back in the jail, okay? I don't have any
Okay,
control.
yeah, no, that's fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk your time with that, so.
That's okay.
Okay.
That concludes your hearing, sir.
I'm sorry.
That concludes your hearing.
Mr. Martin.
Yeah,
Take away, please.
okay.
Thank you.
I think,
All right. Okay. And with that, we will go off the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, stand up.
Please be seated. All right, this is the 11 p.m. initial appearance calendar for August 21st, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. If you're the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you're advised you have rights under Arizona law. Then, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a determination on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who's convicted of causing your loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Counsel, what are you here for?
For Keyshawn Chavez.
Okay, there it is. All right, just give me 1 second. And you filed a notice of appearance?
We did, Your Honor.
All right.
I have another one for you.
No, I'll take off the public defenders. Let me just do that real fast. Well, why don't you should, so I can find your name in here and show that. What was your name again, Counsel?
My name is John Martinez. It's for Colesrud Law Offices, KOLSRUD.
KOLSRUD?
Yes, sir.
All right, because it's showing Joshua Cole.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's save that. Do that. All right, let's call number 12. Keyshawn Chavis. Your guess is as good as mine. Well, it should be better since you're retained.
Yes.
Chavis.
Sir, state your name, please.
Keyshawn Chavis,
And your date of birth.
6/30/1999.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, sir, you're here on a grand jury warrant charging you with 1 count of aggravated assault, class 3 felony, 2 counts of aggravated assault, impeding breathing, class 4 felonies, 1 count of prohibited possessor, 7 counts of aggravated assault, class 5 felonies, and 1 count of unlawful imprisonment. You've retained counsel. The court finds you not to be indigent, so no, your counsel's filed a notice of appearance. There's no need to find probable cause since this is a grand jury warrant. The grand jury, when they issued the warrant, set a cash-only bond of $100,000. Counsel, do you want to be heard on that?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe there's a number of issues. The victim has already spoken and sent a letter to our office indicating that she was pressured by the police and the story that she told them is not accurate and does not want to press charges. We know that doesn't hold as much weight, but she does not want to pursue. My client lives here in Arizona, in Tolleson. He has 2 children that are here in Arizona as well, 5 months old and 1 year old. He's a full-time college student. He was out in Michigan visiting his mother during the summer break. We does not have any priors here in Arizona. He also offered to self-surrender multiple times, but wasn't ever given a chance. So he's willing to come. He's hired private counsel, we believe, or pretrial services. He's willing to do an ankle monitor or anything else that the court would require. He plans to attend each of his hearings with counsel and pursue this to the end.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, given your arguments, I've looked at his criminal history as well. The recommendation was a $100,000 cash bond. I'm going to set a $75,000 secured appearance bond, but I'm also going to set, if the defendant posts a $75,000 secured appearance bond, that he is subject to pretrial services with electronic monitoring to be installed before release. If released, the defendant is not to initiate contact whatsoever of any type with the alleged victim, not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. He's not to possess any weapons. He's not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. He's not to leave the state of Arizona. He's to notify the court of any change in address. His next court date is a not guilty arraignment on August the 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. He doesn't need to sign anything.
Nothing. Sorry. We have 1 minute.
Oh, well, he'll have to get, we're printed out the release order. She'll hand him something.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you want to go back in the room, I think you can go back.
Yeah, so just be brief. Thank you very much.
That way we can get going on the rest of the calendar. All right, we're going to proceed in the following manner and the remaining matters on the calendar. We're going to go 2 people at a time. The first person is going to stand at the podium. The second person is going to sit in the chair right by the door, kind of like an on-deck circle in baseball. The next person we're going to see this morning is Lisa Gomez. She'll be followed by Trey Johnson. Ma'am, please state your name and date of birth.
Lisa Gomez, 6/8/1992.
Ma'am, you're here on 3 probation violation warrants. It's ordered appointing the public defender on all of your cases. The court has found you to be indigent. On each of the 3 cases, there's a separate secured appearance bond of $250 in each case. On each case, the release conditions are the same. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or use any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state without a valid, you're not to leave the state. You're to notify the court of any change in your address. Because you are currently on probation, you're to contact a probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on all 3 of these cases is a non-witness violation hearing on August the 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions about these 3 cases?
Am I being,
You have a separate bond of $250 in each case. So total bond on the 3 cases combined is $750. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Trey Johnson will be followed by Efren Mendoza. Sir, please state your name and date of birth.
Trey Johnson, June 22nd, 1993.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. The court does find you to be indigent and appoints the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $200. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state without court's permission. You're to notify the court of any change in your address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date is a probation revocation arraignment hearing on August the 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
How much is it for me to get out?
$200.
$200, okay.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step back over there. Mr. Mendoza will be followed by Daniel Otaveros. Sir, please state your name
Efren Mendoza,
and your date of birth.
11/26/89.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. The court does find you to be indigent and appoints the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $100. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state without the court's permission. You're to notify the court of any change in your address, and you contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date is a probation revocation arraignment hearing on August the 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, Mr. Mendoza? All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Otaveros will be followed by Robert Jones.
So,
Good evening, sir. Please tell me your name and date of birth.
Daniel Taveros, 5789.
All right, thank you, sir. Sir, you're here also on a probation violation warrant from the Superior Court. The court has found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $100. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state without the court's permission. You're to notify the court of any change in your address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date will be a probation revocation arraignment hearing on August the 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Jones will be followed by Joseph Kennedy. Sir, please state your name
Robert Jones,
and your date of birth.
10/28/87.
Thank you, sir. You're here on two cases. The first, number 7, is a new case charging you with possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and false reporting to a law enforcement officer, Class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause on the false reporting to a law enforcement officer only. The court has found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender. On this case, there's been a secure appearance bond set in the amount of $200. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. You're to notify the court of any new address, and you're to contact your parole officer within 24 hours. Number 8 is a Superior Court arrest warrant. On that case, you're charged with taking the identity of another, Class 4 felony, criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Actually, it's 2 counts of taking the identity of another, Class 4 felonies, and 1 count of shoplifting. Once again, when the arrest warrant was issued, the judge found probable cause. The court has appointed the public defender. On this case, there's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. Other than that, the release conditions are exactly the same, including the requirement that you contact your parole officer within 24 hours. Your next court date on this case is a status conference on August the 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court, with a possible preliminary hearing on August the 31st at 8:30. Do you have any questions about these 2 cases, sir? All right, thank you, sir. You can step back. Joseph Kennedy will be followed by Stephanie Duarte. Good evening, sir. Please tell me your name and date of birth.
Joseph Kennedy, 1996.
Thank you, sir. So you're here on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. The court has found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $200. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. You're to notify the court of any change in your address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date will be a probation revocation arraignment hearing on August the 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, Mr. Kennedy? All right, thank you, sir. Stephanie Duarte will be followed by Ashton Keller. Ma'am, please tell me your name and date of birth.
Stephanie Duarte, 7/25/86.
Thank you. You're here on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. The public defender has been appointed to represent you. On this case, the court has set a bond, a secured appearance bond, the amount of $100. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. You're to notify the court of any change in your address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date will be a probation revocation arraignment hearing on August the 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Keller will be followed by Carla Garcia. Sir, please state your name.
Ashton Keller,
And your date of birth.
04/22/08.
All right, so you're here on a Superior Court arrest warrant on the charge of theft, a Class 6 felony. The court has found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $2,500. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim or witness. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state without the court's permission. You're to notify the court of any change in your address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on this case is a status conference on August the 27th in the downtown Superior Court with a possible preliminary hearing on August the 31st at 8:30. Do you have any questions about this case, sir? No. All right, thank you, sir. Carla Garcia will be followed by Catherine Valenzuela Verdugo. Yeah, Carla Garcia. Mm-hmm.
No, we also have an attorney. They went spoken.
Yeah, I know he filed with us. Francis doesn't know he'd be here. Thanks. But it has to be at the end of the calendar.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Ma'am, please step up to the podium and tell me your name and date of birth.
Carla Andrade.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. The court has found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $250. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. You're to notify the court of any new address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date will be a probation revocation arraignment hearing on August the 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you, ma'am. You can step back over there. Ms. Valenzuela Verdugo will be followed by Patricia Ramirez. Ma'am, please state your name
Catherine Valenzuela Verdugo,
and your date of birth.
July 15th, 1987.
Ma'am, you're here on a, it's a bench warrant, but it's on a probation violation. The court has found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $100. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. You're to notify the court of any new address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date will be a probation and revocation arraignment hearing on August the 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
What did you say about the bond?
So $100 secured appearance bond.
So there has been a bond that's been posted?
If you want to get out, you have to post a $100 secured appearance bond, yes.
All right.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Patricia Ramirez will be followed by Ogleg Marlowe. All right. How about Ogleg Marlowe or Mario or something like that? Please step up to me and tell me your name and date of birth.
Ogleg Mario, 1/1/1983.
Are you here on a Superior Court bench warrant for failing to appear on the charge of shoplifting, a Class 4 felony? The public defender is previously appointed to represent you. Have affirmed the public defender's appointment. On this case, there's a secured appearance bond that's been set in the amount of $500. If bond is posted, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victim or witness. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. You're to notify the court of any change in your address. Your next court date will be a status conference on August the 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court, with a possible preliminary hearing on August the 31st at 8:30. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you. You can step back where you were. Did we find Ms. Ramirez?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Ramirez will be next. Ms. Ramirez will be followed by Dominic Torres. Please tell me your name and date of birth.
Patricia H. Ramirez, June 1980.
All right, thank you. You're here on a warrant from the Superior Court. Looks like a bench warrant or a probation violation. The public defender has been appointed to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $200. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. You're to notify the court of any change in your address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date will be a probation revocation arraignment hearing on August the 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, Dominic Torres will be followed by Victoria Contreras. Okay, cool. All right, Victoria Contreras. Ms. Contreras is going to be followed by Roy Wobbington. Please state your name
Victoria Contreras,
and your date of birth.
4895.
All right, thank you. You're here on two cases. First, number 27 is a probation violation warrant. The court does find you to be indigent and appoints the public defender. On this case, there's been a security appearance bond set in the amount of $200. If bond is posted, you're not to take contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. You notify the court of any change in your address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on this case is a probation revocation arraignment hearing on August 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Number 26 is a new charge charging you with possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony. The court has found probable cause. The court once again finds you to be indigent and appoints the public defender. On this case, there's a security appearance bond set in the amount of $100. Other than that, the release conditions are exactly the same. Your court date on this case is a status conference on August the 27th with a possible preliminary hearing on August the 31st at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you, ma'am. Just step back there. Roy Robington will be followed by Steve Flores. Sir, please state your name
Roy Wappington,
and your date of birth.
8/17/3.
All right, sir, you're here on two probation violation warrants. On each of them, the court has found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender. On each of these cases, there's a separate secured appearance bond set of $1,000 on each case. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. You're to notify the court of any change in your address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on both of these cases is a probation revocation arraignment hearing on August the 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions about these two cases, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step back over there. Mr. Flores will be followed by Jules Schindler. Schindler? Sir, state your name, please.
Hi, Steve Flores, 122475.
All right, thanks, sir. Sir, you've been charged with possession or sale of narcotic drugs, a class 2 felony. The court has found probable cause. The court has found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender. On this case, you're going to be released to pretrial services. You're to report to pretrial services within 72 hours of your release. You'll be given an envelope with directions about how to do that. It's very important you contact them or a warrant will be issued for your arrest. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. You're to notify the court of any change in your address. Your next court date is a status conference on September the 8th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on September the 10th at 8:30. It is very important you contact pretrial services and make your court date on September the 8th. Do you have any questions?
Will I be released?
On this case, you're going to be released, yes.
God bless your heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Jules Schindler will be followed by Brianna Alicio. Ma'am, please tell me your name and date of birth.
Jules Schindler, 3/20/91.
All right, ma'am, you're here on one count of sale or transportation of narcotic drugs, a Class 2 felony, one count of possessing narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and one count of possessing drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. The court has found probable cause. The court has found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender to represent you. On this case, you're going to be released to pretrial services. You will need to contact them within 72 hours and follow all of their directions. You will not have to. You don't have to post a bond in order to get out. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. You're to notify the court of any new address. Your next court date will be a status conference on September the 8th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on September the 10th. Very important you contact pretrial services when you get out. You'll be given an envelope with directions about how to do that. Make your court date on the 8th. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you, ma'am. You can step back over there. Brianna? All right, your name, please.
Brianna Alicio,
And your date of birth.
12/23/2000.
All right, thank you. You're here on one count of sale or transportation of narcotic drugs, or excuse me, dangerous drugs, a Class 2 felony. Let me just check one thing real fast. Okay. The court has found probable cause. The court has appointed the public defender. On this case, you're going to be released to pretrial services. You'll need to contact them within 72 hours of your release, but you will not have to post a bond in order to get out. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. And you notify the court of any change in your address. I'm gonna have to reprint this. All right. All right, so as I indicated, the last thing is you're not to leave, you're to notify the court of any change in your address. Your next court date will be a status conference on September the 8th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on September the 10th at 8:30. It's very important you contact pretrial services. You'll be given an envelope with directions about how to do that, and you make your court date on September the 8th. You get the new release order? Okay. The officer will hand you some paperwork in just a moment. While we're waiting for that, I'm going to make a record on the 3 house calls. Number 26, the court's inclination is a $300 secured appearance bond. On number 14, the court's inclination is a $10,000 secured appearance bond. On number 14, actually that was number 14. Number 9, the court's inclination is a pretrial services release. If the court does not follow any of its inclinations, the court will come back on the record and make whatever corrections are necessary. And officers, can we have that? This one have to be done off chain. Good evening, counsel.
Good evening, Judge.
All right. Sir, tell me your name and date of birth.
Frank Nagel, 7/24/71.
All right. Sir, you're here on one count of sexual conduct with a minor, class 2 felony, and 2 counts of sexual conduct with a minor, class 6 felonies. This is a grand jury indictment. The court finds the defendant is not indigent. Mr. Schreck has filed a notice of appearance. So there's no need to appoint counsel. The grand jury said when they issued the indictment, a cash bond request of $200,000. I'm willing to hear from you, Mr. Schreck.
Judge, it's the defense position that a $200,000 bond is much more than necessary to secure Mr. Nagel's appearance at all future court dates and to protect the community. I had a chance to only review the Form 4. The Form 4 does not give me any information on the allegations against Mr. Nagel. The only information that I have that was emailed to me by the IA court today is that there's 3 counts against Mr. Nagel. The first count is dating back to 2012, 2013, approximately 14 years ago. The last count is dating back to June 5th, 2015 to June 4th, 2016, approximately 10 years ago. So these are very aged allegations. The most recent 10 years of age. The Form 4 itself has very inaccurate information. It states that Mr. Nagel has no military service. Mr. Nagel, when these allegations are listed as levied against him back in 2012, was actually still in the United States Air Force. He's actually a veteran of the United States Air Force. He served 22 years in the United States Air Force. He achieved the rank of E7, which is Master Sergeant. He had a top secret security clearance. He served our nation in the United States Air Force in 2 different combat zones. He was stationed in Afghanistan for approximately 9 months during the Afghanistan conflict. He also served a tour of duty in Saudi Arabia during Operation Desert Storm. So he served in 2 different decades for our nation overseas in different conflicts when our country was at war. He has 7 different good conduct medals as a member of the United States Armed Services. He has Air Force Commendation medals for different task force that he led, where he was applauded by his commanding officers in the United States military for work that he did while he was extradited from Illinois, where he lives with his wife and his child, his youngest child. He does have ties to Arizona. If he is released and he's ordered to remain in Arizona, his in-laws live in Tucson, and he can live with his in-laws in Tucson. He actually owns a business that's based in Tucson, Arizona. That business has been in existence for quite some years, and so he has ties to Arizona with his in-laws. He also has a 27-year-old daughter that lives in the city of Maricopa in Pima County, who's also offered for Mr. Nagel to stay with him if he's released from custody. And if he can't leave Maricopa County, he would stay in an extended stay motel or hotel in Maricopa County. He has sufficient funds to stay in a hotel here, an extended stay hotel in Maricopa County. So it's my argument that given that he served our country for 23 years or 22 years in the United States military, and he achieved the rank of E7, he's somebody that's disciplined, somebody that can follow orders, somebody that didn't flee when his country called him to war, so he's not going to flee from these criminal charges. He had no idea about these criminal charges dating back a decade or more. He was only extradited because he didn't know about these charges. The police came and arrested him, put him in jail in Illinois, and he waived extradition because he wanted to address these charges and face these charges in Arizona. He's here to face these charges now. He asked that he be released on a reasonable bond. A $200,000 bond is completely unreasonable, especially unreasonable with allegations that date back approximately 14 years, allegations that he knows nothing about, allegations that the defense knows nothing about, allegations that when there's only one allegation that it looks like is mandatory prison, therefore he probably is going to be given a probation plea offer because it wouldn't make any sense to offer him prison on a case where there's only one allegation, where if he were convicted at trial, he would be looking at prison for that one allegation. So there'd be no economic sense for him to take a plea offer where it's prison when he could get prison if he lost a trial. So
Well, he could get a lot more prison if he's convicted of.
well, that's true, Judge, but my argument is $200,000 is unreasonable for one count of sexual conduct with a minor, and it's completely unreasonable for allegations that are 10 to 16 or 14 years old for somebody who has no criminal history, that served this country, not fled in two different conflicts of war that this country was in. So and somebody who, since the supposed allegations, has had no arrests where other allegations surfaced with other people, and no allegations with other people for similar conduct. So we don't have a pattern of recidivism. What we have is 3 counts, one count that's a DCAC, not multiple counts that are DCAC. I don't know if there's 3 people accusing him or one person accusing him because I haven't seen any charging document, but it's my argument that he should be released on a $25,000 bond with release to pretrial services.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schreck. I have looked at the age of the case and his lack of criminal history. I'm going to not set the $200,000 cash only bond, but I'm going to set a significant bond. I'm going to set a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100,000. If bond is posted, he'll be subject to pretrial services, electronic monitoring. You can try to get that transferred down to Pima County. It can be done. It's very difficult. If not, he'll have to stay in Maricopa County with pretrial services. I know you understand all that, Mr. Schreck. I'm going to go over some of your release conditions, sir. They'll all be in writing. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. At this point, you're not to have any contact with any minors. You're not to leave the state. You're to submit the DNA testing and fingerprinting. Your next court date will be a not guilty arraignment on August the 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Schreck.
Judge, can we make sure that whatever goes to arraignment court lists me as the attorney for Mr. Nagley? Every time I appear in an IA court, they list the public defender as the attorney on the case.
It should. Let me just. I might have to reprint this because it should have shown you, and when I pointed it out. Let me just spell Schreck again. How do you spell your last name?
What's that, Judge?
Spell your last name.
SCHRECK.
Okay. I mean, I know who you are, but it's not like Peterson. It's a more difficult name. All right. That stays it. It shows you having entered a notice of appearance on the release order now. So hopefully that'll print out. And...
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schreck.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm going to take Mr. Nagley's paperwork, Judge.
Okay, cool. Smart move.
Sure. I already told her we to do that. Thank you.
I'll do it. Yeah, there's a couple of them. Why don't you go do it? I'll go through the house rules. All right, with that, we'll be adjourned on the 11 p.m. calendar, subject to recalling if any of the house calls change.